Here.
Randiano. Squabbin. Here. Guyan.
Here.
Disney.
Here.
Zingari. Jimenez.
Here.
Leon. Chairwoman Navarado. Here. Tom Harris.
Here.
Maricela.
Here.
Thank you. Pledge of allegiance, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sunshine notice, please. Pursuant to the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, known as the Sunshine Law, notice of this meeting was published in the Double Times Standard Star Ledger. A copy of the annual meeting notice has been posted on the Double Town Hall bulletin board as well as the township website. Thank you. The communication, we have our 2026 calendar ready. Can I get a motion on this?
Very good.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call. Vanda.
Yes.
Squabbin. Yes. Guyan.
Yes.
Fizzy.
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Navarado. Yes.
Forgot
Thank you. Oh, good Emma, I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right, there's no comment to the chair this evening. Approval of minutes from November 13, 2025. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second. Roll call. Second was by? Vanda.
Yes.
Janetta.
Yes.
Squabbin. Yes. Guyan.
Yes.
Fizzy.
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Chairwoman Navarado. Yes. All right, next on the agenda is the bill list for December 2025. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second. Roll call. Vanda.
Yes.
Janetta.
Yes.
Squabbin. Yes. Guyan.
Yes.
Fizzy.
Yes.
Jimenez.
Yes.
And Navarado. Yes. Thank you. There are no resolutions to be memorialized this meeting. So we'll go to the application before the board, which is the DJF Childcare PB 2514. Are you ready?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Madam Chair, lady, members of the board, council's name is Robert Cassione. The firm is Cassione Pomaco. I represent the applicant in this matter, DJF Childcare LLC. DJF does business as Big Smiles Learning and Care. The applicant is requesting minor site plan approval in order to use 5,094 square feet within the first floor of the existing building at 78-102 Washington Avenue as a child daycare center. An issue was raised at the previous hearing and prior to commencement of this case as to whether the child daycare center is permitted use in the redevelopment zone. And the case never went on that night. A legal memo was submitted by my associate Diana McGovern, which I think disposed of the issue. The New Jersey statute annotated 4055D-66.6 states, child care centers for which, upon completion, a license is required from the Department of Human Services, etc., shall be permitted use in all non-residential districts of a municipality. Certainly, the first floor of the building is non-residential. The witnesses you'll hear from tonight are Javier Fernandez of Big Smiles, Tom Bio, the architect, Lee Klein, the engineer and traffic expert, and George Williams, the planner. If I might, I'll call my first witness.
Please.
Javier. Thank you. Very sworn.
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you shall provide on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please give us your name, full name, and business address.
Javier Fernandez, business address is 540-542 Union Avenue, Belleville, New Jersey, 07109.
And you are the owner of So he's
He's
testifying.
a member of the entity.
He's testifying as a fact
Right.
witness, not as an
He
expert
is
witness.
a member of the entity. It's an LLC. He's testifying as the managing member.
That's fine. I'm just saying, we don't have to qualify him as an expert.
No, he's testifying
Okay, thank
in
you.
a non-professional capacity.
Go ahead.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Are you a member of DJF Childcare LLC?
Yes.
Does that entity have a lease for the proposed space for which this application is being made?
Yes.
And what is currently at that location of this property?
It is an empty vanilla box commercial space.
And generally, what do you propose to do, what are you seeking approval to do at the location?
We're proposing a 5,094 square foot childcare center consisting of 5 classrooms, 3 bathrooms, a break room for the staff, and 2 mechanical rooms for the mechanicals in the space.
And can you tell us what the anticipated number of children would be at this location should you be successful with the operation?
The state has approved the space for 76 children.
And what are your proposed hours of operation?
Right now, we're thinking of 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., so it's 30 minutes earlier and 30 minutes later in our existing facility.
And what number of employees do you expect you would need?
Between 14 to 18 staff members.
And have you had contact with the state regarding the daycare use at this location and any adjacent use such as a restaurant or anything like that? Are you able to operate here based on state approval?
Yes.
And you have a temporary or preliminary approval from the state of New Jersey?
Yes.
Now, do you also have emergency location plans in the immediate area?
Yes.
And what is the address of that?
I forget the address, I think it's
106?
106 Washington Avenue, it's Catoosa Furniture.
That's correct.
It's a business of similar size, and they'll take us as a refuge space.
And do you have an outside recreation area at this location?
No.
And is that okay with the state with regard to the application you've made?
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain to the board, I think you're most interested in, the drop-off procedure for the children that come out in the morning?
Well, drop-off procedure will consist of parents coming in the morning, and they will be received by a staff member. They will welcome the child, and the parents will just, in a 30-second process and exchange, would hand the child over to a staff member, and then it'll be that way for about an hour or 2 in the morning and the same in the afternoon.
You say the same in the afternoon. What would the procedure be in the afternoon?
It would be pretty similar, where a parent would call ahead and say, hey, we're on our way. The children's belongings will be gathered, so no time will be wasted. And the parent would meet us at the door, which is exactly what we're doing on Union Avenue currently, and quickly exit the property and be on their way to the street.
And do you have any parking for your employees?
No.
And how many spaces are there for drop-off by the parents?
In the proposed space,
Yes.
it's actually 5 spaces, but we're utilizing 4 and creating 1 space right in the middle for more comfortability and easeway.
And you have another location in Belleville on Union Avenue.
Correct.
And do you have any problem with parking with regard to your employees at that location?
No.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Mr. Gassion,
Yes, sir.
I have one question for him. What are the ages of the children?
So ages 3 months to 5 years old.
That's why they don't need the outside area, right?
Right.
And also, and could you tell me that, you said it's a space that you're renting, isn't it? Is it correct to say that there's 2 spaces?
That is correct. It's 2 spaces. We were able to receive more reasonable lease rates by combining 2 spaces, and it also would make the transition much more feasible for us because it'll make it a similar size than what we're currently operating. It'll be a smoother transition for all the existing
But
families.
the size is as you described, 5,000 something square feet, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So I just want to, so the lease,
Microphone?
The lease doesn't come with any parking, my microphone is on. Does it come with any parking?
We are provided with 5 spaces to utilize as we wish, and we're going to be utilizing that as a private drop-off space.
And so 76 sets of parents are going to come in the morning hours and drop off their children in these 4 spaces that you said you're going to actually use?
I feel more comfortable, my traffic expert, he's done the full analysis in that regard.
Well, you did tell me there's going to be roughly 76 children, right?
That's the max you would have. Let me just.
Okay.
The traffic expert will testify that's the max you will have.
The traffic
But
expert
there
is
are 4
going-
drop-off spaces.
I understand that, and 4 goes into 76 quite a few times.
Well, they're not gonna all be there at the same time.
Yeah,
You
We
gotta
don't
see
know
how
what
it's
we don't
spaced.
know what they're gonna be, Bob. They might be,
76 is the license capacity.
right?
There's never 76 at one time. It's just the license capacity for the space. If everyone showed up at the same time, which never.
I understand you're gonna have a traffic expert testify to that, but you are the man who runs these facilities right now.
Right.
How many pickup and drop-off spaces do you have at your other location on Washington?
None. We've successfully been doing it for 10 years and without a drop-off plan at all.
I wouldn't say it's successful when there's a lot of problems.
I've actually heard that the police actually have had to come to actually help with traffic around it.
Well, in all fairness, we're not the only business on the block. There's an entire restaurant and another childcare center as well. So it does make the situation much difficult with our tenancy there. And our solution is to vacate and alleviate that issue.
How many students you currently have on Union Ave?
71.
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean by your solution is to vacate that? Are you going to be closing the other facility?
It's on the table, being that the lease is expiring within the next 6 months. But without a concrete place to go, we would have to, look at other options if there's nowhere else to go.
Now, originally, or at least during the testimony, you were asked about a state license that you have.
Yeah.
And then in the follow-up question, and Bob, this might be more for you than for your witness, so if you need to step in, you're out. You mentioned the phrases temporary or preliminary. Is that only subject to
They're only
approval?
subject to this approval.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make
That's
sure
it.
I understood. Okay. I thought that's what you were going to say, but I wanted to make sure I have it on the record. So the only thing that's holding up that becoming a full approval is approval by the board?
That's correct.
Okay.
So your 5 space, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because of the large amount of people tonight, I want to keep it where we're also organized. So I want to
No, go
call
ahead.
on you. So Mr. Guyan,
So your 5 spaces, where are they located at?
They're located within the footprint of the building, so it's in the garage space.
Now, my question about that, the people that actually rent there pay for secure parking. How are you gonna be dropping kids off in and out?
Mr. Guys, there's a traffic expert who will review.
I understand, but like the lawyer said, I wanna ask him.
I think it's fair, given that he's planning to operate the place. I understand you're a traffic expert, and we will give him the due weight that his testimony should receive. But I want to just make sure that the man who's going to be charged with operating this facility has an opportunity to explain to the board and perhaps alleviate some of the concerns the board might have about
Well, I
practically
can tell
speaking.
you, there's 4 spaces going to be used, and that is not going to be a problem based on the volume that we know that all the other nursery schools have. People don't all show up at 7:31.
Mr. Gassione, can I answer? Can I ask my question, please? So you have 4 spaces that you're telling us. You're leaving 1 blank
Yes.
inside the footprint of the building.
Yeah.
You're saying that, oh, we're gonna have a plan where they come with their kids, they pick their kids up, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
How is that gonna be happening with the gate that's there? That gate's supposed to be secure. It's supposed to be secure parking for the tenants there. Is the gate gonna stay open?
Yes, it will. And this is at permission by the property owners. They're going to leave the gate open from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. for that ease of access in and out. And that's part of our agreement with the drop-off plan.
So they'll leave it open at 10 and then they have to open it up back when it's time to leave the.
That's
store.
correct, that's correct. Yeah, it will remain closed overnight, obviously, which is what's more important. They want it closed overnight. But during our drop-off procedure, they're willing to remain open and provide us with a garage fob that we could use at our pleasure to, if there's any to late people, or maybe there's a visitor from the state that wants to come in and pay a visit. But yeah.
If I was a tenant right there, I wouldn't be really happy about this with me paying for a secure lot, and it's not gonna be secure in the morning. Once you say someone's gonna be there, anyone can just walk in, and you don't know who these people are. They can just walk in right by you. You don't know if they're residents or just strangers off the streets. I don't know about that. Thank you.
Thank you for.
I don't think that comment is relevant to the application.
I think
Should we
anything
understand?
one of my board members says is relevant
Pardon?
to the I think anything one of my board members said is relevant to the application.
And
Those
that's
are
my
his
opinion.
thoughts. He's allowed to express them.
It's my opinion. I have an opinion.
We
Yeah, I
gotta-
appreciate it.
We have a recorder here that needs to capture all our words, so please, one at a time, I can all on.
The
We'll
private
have your
parking
side.
for the residents.
You're just like stepping all over me now.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'm trying to get the board unified here, so every word will be heard and recorded properly.
Understood.
So, go ahead.
If I just may have one final thought, that the parking spaces aren't required for the residents. It's something that they're choosing to pay for. So many residents park outside as well, overnight. So
How do you know that?
we've been in close contact with the property owners for the
Somebody
last
told
2
you.
years. Yeah, the owners of the
It's
property.
hearsay.
Yeah, I know, the municipality has actually a huge problem with these property owners doing that, to the point where we've had council meeting conversations with our redevelopment attorneys on how we can lock them into actually providing spaces with the unit. So we don't like them doing that. It's been a problem. Because of the neighborhoods, they funnel out to the neighborhoods, so.
Jackie?
I'm more concerned about the security part, leaving the parking lot open. I believe one of the requirements that we did when we approved that was to make sure that that was 24/7 secured.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kwong, I didn't hear what you said.
When we made that approval for that project, I believe that we made sure that that the parking lot was going to be secured 24/7. So for it to be left open in the morning and the afternoon, you're saying you're not gonna leave it overnight, but in wintertime, 4 o'clock you leave out of here and it's already dark. By 5 o'clock it's completely dark.
You're right, and thank you for that. But if the board prefers that we leave the gate open, we can certainly do that. I don't think, and based on the analysis of my traffic expert, it's going to make a difference in the traffic flow. I think it'll still run perfectly smoothly. Even if I stand out there and man the gate, it wouldn't affect traffic flow. We'll keep it closed for extra security for the residents, which we're definitely respectful of.
One last question that I have. Do you currently have 3, 4-month-old children now?
In our existing center, yes.
You do? Because I'm just thinking, the mother in me is saying 30 seconds, 30 minutes?
Yeah,
To
yeah.
get this,
Parents want
that's hard,
Parents
so.
want to drop off and get to work, even if there's ample space, they'll park on the corner, they'll
Yeah,
park
but you're
in
talking an
a
infant.
hydrant.
You have to undo that seat.
Yeah, and then this will alleviate that entirely. It'll be weatherproof.
How could, the parent's still coming in with a locked seat in the back seat for an infant. They still have to get out and unlock it and give you the child.
That's correct, yeah.
So that's more than, here we go.
Well, I think the problem that we have with the current pickup and drop off, so basically every daycare in town, is that the parent has to get out of the car
Yeah.
and bring the kid to the door. One of the problems we had on Union Avenue is that they'll stop, they'll double park, the parent will get out on the driver's side and then take their kid out on the driver's side. Meanwhile, you have traffic coming this way and another car coming this way, swerving out of the way of the car that's parked into oncoming traffic while the parent and child is getting out of the car. Then they'll take the kid over to the door where they'll have a 15-minute conversation with the person at the door. We gotta change the way that we kinda look at these pick-up and drop-off plans, because it's really not working that way, because there is a delay of people coming in, dropping off kids. There really should be no delay. It should be pull up, take the kid, leave. Pull up, take the kid, leave. No getting out of the car, no nothing. It's become actually a liability amongst, not just yours, about all of them throughout the entire town.
Because, I mean, we thought we had the perfect plan on Mill Street. You come in and up and around, none of them do that. Parents will do whatever they want.
Are you suggesting that
But,
the
you know,
parent would drop off and somebody from the facility would take the kid in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have children?
No,
that's-
but that's the only.
I have two.
Yeah.
The
One
problem,
of them drove himself to daycare at the age of 4 months. The other one wouldn't get out of the car on her own
Again,
without her mother
then the
to go
problem-
to daycare in a million years.
then the problem persists that the fact that the original scenario where they're
It's
getting
tough.
out in the middle of oncoming traffic, going both ways, coming at each other.
Yeah.
So there's gotta be a better way to,
That's the problem.
yeah.
It's tough and it's
So, Mr. Van,
dangerous.
you're talking about a different location. This is within the garage. There's no cars, there's no street.
But I think he's saying
completely
what
different.
we have noticed as parents and as we drive and we see what's going on, not just this facility, any facility in town. When you think you've perfected the drop-off, it's not. Parents do what they want. And I'm sure you can agree,
I agree, yeah.
because I don't understand
I've
why
witnessed double
parents
parking
do
with
what they
plenty
do.
of parking available.
Right.
Yeah,
They don't wanna walk an inch.
Yeah.
They don't wanna walk, there's literally gotta be someone there telling them, move,
yeah.
because they won't do it.
And that's a tough part. Go ahead, any other questions? All right. Before we do, is there anyone in our public that would like to question this witness? And remember, it's only on his testimony. Mr. Shelton?
Microphone tonight?
No.
Okay, I'll speak a little louder. Good evening, everyone. Michael Sheldon, 47 Floyd Street. My question is both for the applicant and Mr. Marinello. At last month's meeting, Mr. Marinello opposed the adjournment when he was concerned whether or not this application should come before the planning board or the zoning board. So, for the record, Mr. Marinello, you said you would do the research. Could you tell us what your thoughts were and why
We're
this is
here.
before the planning board, not going before
We're
the
here
zoning
when we
board?
started.
Right. Well, I mean,
Tell you
it's
what
clear
my
that,
research-
it's clear you must have made, but can you explain why your concerns now have been alleviated, why this does not require the zoning board hearing, and why this is permitted under our current zoning? I think you kind of owe it to us.
I don't know if I owe it to you. This is my client. I owe it to these people. So that's who I owe it to. But because I was vocal about it at the last meeting, I will tell you that I reviewed the planning memo that was sent to me by the applicant's attorney. I reviewed the case law, and I think it is a gray area on the answer to that question. The statute clearly says that in all non-residential areas, these shall be a permitted use. But I think, my opinion, it's not a legal opinion, this is my opinion as a person who's been in zoning for 40 years, is that that was done at a time when districts were either residential districts or commercial districts or manufacturing districts, when there was like really hard and fast concepts as to what is in a zone. This is, not only does this not fit one of those situations, but it's a redevelopment zone, which makes it even more complicated. This redevelopment zone happens to have a very large amount of residential component to it. So I think there's an argument to be made that while this doesn't have an R designation like you would typically see in an R1 or an R2 zone, that's with an R standing for residential, I think it still has a large residential component. However, the part that they're looking to lease and use is not part of the residential component. So do I think there's a legal argument that can be made on either side of this? Yes. But I have explained to the board that I don't know the answer. There's no case law on this exact question. If you have a redevelopment area that has residential in it, does that count as a residential zone for purposes of this statute? I don't know what a court would say. So my recommendation was, let's hear it.
Okay. Well, it's not the first time this board is doing some trailblazing legal work, so you might be setting
Well,
a precedent tonight.
I'd like to think I was trailblazing, but in this case, I think I was just not sure.
All right.
And the
I
other
don't know
thing,
whether the answer is positively one direction or the other.
All right.
the other thing is, a D variance can't be heard at this property, so it would basically just not be permitted. It'd have to go back in front of mayor and council.
Yeah, or before a superior court judge.
Okay, all right, thank you for that information, thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Ham?
This application is just for,
Hold on. Name and address. I mean, I know who you are, but I don't know. We're not gonna know it in the record.
this is just an application for the daycare center, not for the development of that property, correct?
Already there.
Right.
Yeah, it's already there.
All right, so we have no clue how they're gonna arrange the parking, the drop-offs, the pickups, so what are we talking about?
Well, they're explaining that to us tonight, and they have a traffic expert here who's going to give us the nuts and bolts of how it's going to work. So let's give them a chance to testify to what they're gonna do.
These 4 or 5 parking spots that you're talking about, are they pulled in front of the building?
No, they're actually in the garage. So what we designed was, there's a cutout, a cinder block masonry wall cutout, where parents would pull in, and there would be an access door into the interior of the facility, near our office space where our
So it's
staff.
not gonna be no drop-off on the street?
Not on the street, no. It alleviates those safety concerns about cars and people getting hit.
I got 3 grandchildren, they go to daycare, and
Yeah.
it's a big issue that you want to make sure it's
I
safe.
agree with
If you're pulling into the property, that's, you're gonna have a hell of a time in traffic there.
I agree.
You know?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I'm going to close this portion. Mr. Gassion, continue.
Call my next witness,
Yes.
Mr. Bayo. Bayo, sorry about that.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please give us your name and business address for the record.
Thomas Bayo, B-A-I-O, architect for the applicant, 343 Milburn Avenue, Milburn, New Jersey.
Can you give us briefly your educational background?
Yes, I'm a 1987 graduate with a Bachelor's of Architecture degree from New York Tech in Old Westbury, New York. I have had my practice for 34 years, based mostly in Milburn. I've done a number of child care facilities over the years. I remain in good standing with the State Board of Architects. I don't have any negatives on that I can think of.
Submit that he's qualified in the
Yes,
field of architecture.
we'll accept.
Thank you. Did you prepare the plans for this daycare facility?
I did.
Would you review the location of the property?
The location of the property is right on Washington Avenue. I'm sorry I didn't bring my easel or board, so I'm going to do the best I can to hold it up. The cover sheet that you have before you shows the site plan of the property. It shows the Washington Avenue running this way, and it shows the location of the commercial use right here, which is where we're planning on the daycare going.
Can you,
We have you over here, so maybe the audience can view that a little.
Yes.
Is there an extra line?
Is there usually an easel in that corner over there?
She's got it.
All right, great. Great, thank you.
Everyone's looking for ideas for Mr. Bayo for Christmas.
No, I have one. We came from a Christmas party tonight, and so I didn't stop at my office to put up my easel.
I'm just teasing anyway.
All right, so hopefully this will stay.
Mr. Mayor, would you describe the current interior of the property in question?
It is a first floor of a multi-story residential building that is pretty much glass and faces Washington Avenue. I'll put the elevation on here. So I'm referring to, for your purposes, sheet A2. And sheet A2, we've drawn the exterior elevation along Washington Avenue. Our intent is to not utilize those doors. It's not a retail use. And put an applique over the windows. The applique would basically resemble children playing, park scenes with, and it's going to, in my view, really clean up the street view and clearly dictate what the use is.
Would you describe the proposed interior should this application be approved?
Yes. The interior, and I'm pointing to sheet A1, it's in your package, takes the commercial first floor for the entire width of the building, except for the ingress and egress of the private garage, and develops it as the childcare center with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have 5 areas where the children of different ages are cared for. The offices are along the center, and the drop-off that was being referred to is right here, where a car would come along this pathway. These are the 4 or 5 spots right in front of the back door, which we're going to pop through with the concrete, and then they would circle back and leave. So the ingress and egress is the same gate, and the drop-off is approximately 60 feet from that gate, right there in the middle. And it's all in poche on your plans, A1.
And can you just describe again exactly how cars would ingress and egress? I know you did it generally, just pointed up to it.
I'll just point to it, because I know we have somebody doing that.
I'm
Cars,
sorry, can you just explain them from this side, so that way the
We
audience
have it on
can
the
see
screen.
No,
No, turn it the other way.
Turn it the other way, and can you
Yes.
explain it to them
There
from
you
this
go.
side?
Now it's on the monitor.
okay.
And on this side too.
Look at the monitor. You see the monitor?
So Washington Avenue runs this way. The first floor undeveloped retail area is all of this. This is going to be the daycare center with the classrooms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the ingress and egress is along here. So there's an overhead door. Cars would come in, stop right in front of here, or pull in, enter the door, entering the child care facility, come back out, circle around, and leave.
Thank you. Now, the garbage facility, how would that be? And the refuse, how will that be?
Every night, there will be a cleaning crew go in, take everything. The refuse is in the building. So in the parking garage, there's a garbage area, and that's where it would go. Nothing would be put street side.
I have no further questions, this witness.
Does anyone on the board have questions?
Getting back to the garbage, does the building bring it out when it's time to pick up, or is there a private hauler, or how's it handled?
Great question. I don't know the answer. Is the building?
No, private hauler.
Private hauler. Private hauler, sir.
Thank you, and thanks for the compliment on my question. I don't get them too often.
Any other questions?
So it's a majority residential building, 158 units, I believe. So rush hour is really when people come in and out of the building, trying to get their cars out of the building. I don't know if this is the only way out. There's another way out from a different side. But I feel like there will be also some conflict with the residents of the building leaving and the parents of the 70-something kids coming in the morning to drop off their kids and trying to in and out, kind of the flow that goes with that.
Again, that question will be answered by the traffic expert.
Okay.
He just described what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Personally, I think the covered drop-off is good. There are some negatives, and your board has to deal with that, but I think it's a very positive.
Any other questions? All right, I'm going to close this portion for our board, and open up to the public. Mr. Haynes.
I have to keep saying my name and address.
No, you're good.
Yes?
You're the same guy who was here before?
Yeah. What is the driveway width?
What is the width of the driveway?
The ingress and the egress.
Here? I didn't bring a scale, but I'll scale it for you. This is 22. I would say the width of the ingress and egress is about 22 feet.
22 feet. So I really think you're going to have a big problem with the cars coming in and out, being on Washington Avenue, you're very busy with all the cars coming down. They can't make a one in and one out on the other side of the building?
Yeah, there is another exit, yes.
Right.
But there is another egress on the other side of the building, but our thought was the drop-off comes in this way and goes right back out.
They go out the same one.
Yes.
So let's say they
Is that
make
what
one
we're
on the
saying?
other end of the building, so they come in one way and then they go out the other way. This way it's not going to bottleneck there with the traffic. All the traffic.
Patty, we have to stop. All right.
There's about 20 people
Thank you.
Talking too fast?
No, there were a lot of people
There's
talking
too
up
many
there.
voices and she cannot take accurate account. Could everybody be silent and we have one speaker at a time. I requested this earlier. Please try to refrain from talking. You will all have a chance to say what you want to say, just one at a time. So, Mr. Hinton, carry on.
So, in the morning, they're gonna be dropping them off, everybody's gonna be going to work. You'll have, the traffic is horrendous on that avenue, on Mill Street, with all the cars coming off the highway. So, if it would be a lot safer if you had the cars coming in on this side of the building and going out on the other
Madam
side.
Chairlady, the traffic expert knows how it's gonna happen. He's the architect, he's not prepared to answer the question.
Well, he did testify at your request.
Where the ingress and egress is, not the procedure. I didn't ask him the procedure.
Well,
I
he
asked him
did
where it was.
testify that they're gonna
He
come in.
testified as the architect who drafted it, that's it.
Well, that's why they have the
So,
question
I
generated.
guess, to that end, Mr. Henning, he's not the right person to ask the question of, and the board will give whatever weight to his answer it deems fit. Since
The
he's not a
traffic,
person.
yeah, the traffic person. We'll get back to you on that one. Are there any other questions for this witness, Mr. Sheldon?
Good evening again, everyone. Michael Sheldon, 47 Floyd Street. Can you just confirm that there is no outdoor recreational space for your project?
Yes, I can confirm that.
All right. Earlier, the applicant testified that they're not required, but I just looked at the state regulations, and it says space required for children over 10 months present, for children in attendance for 3 or more consecutive hours. This is New Jersey state laws. There must be a minimum of 150 square feet of net outdoor space. When more than 5 children use the space at one time, there needs to be an additional 30 square feet for each child over the minimum 5. For new and relocating centers, the requirements are stricter for new centers. For example, the state requires a minimum of 350 square feet of net outdoor space with an additional 35 square feet per child when more than 10 children are playing at the center at the same time.
Let me just interrupt you there for a minute.
Is that, I'm giving testimony, I guess.
Yeah. We got it.
All right.
But I want to
I'll
add
get
to
this
that,
later.
that the state is charged with determining whether those requirements are met or whether there's a procedure in place for them to be waived under certain circumstances. That's not under the purview of this board. So this board, if they have a license, they got a license. That's not,
Would they be required to show you, to give proof that the state has waived that requirement as part of the application process?
well,
should.
they have to give me something about their license. I actually think Diana, I forget her, what was her last name?
McGovern.
I believe she sent me a copy of the license they received. So I think they're okay with that. I mean, they can't open without the license either way. Whatever we do here, they're not gonna be able to open this place unless they have a license from the state.
Are there conditions on the fact that it was waived?
Well, that's something we could ask the owner we can recall him if you have more questions for him. But right now, it's just questions of the architect, so.
All right, well, it does seem pretty clear that recreational space is required for daycare center, so I don't understand how this would be waived in this particular case. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions of this witness? Seeing no one raising your hand, I'm going to close this portion, and Mr. Gassion, your next witness,
Mr.
please.
Black.
You swear a testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please give us your name and business address for the record.
My name is Lee, middle initial D as in Daniel, Klein, K-L-E-I-N. I'm a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. My license is current and in good standing. I'm also a nationally certified professional traffic operations engineer. That certification is also current. I'm the principal of Klein Traffic Consulting out of West Orange, New Jersey.
We'll accept his credentials.
Thank you very much.
Can you tell us the purpose of your study?
Yes, so I was tasked to do a traffic engineering and parking evaluation report for the proposed 76-student daycare center. That report, I submitted a revised report dated November 26, 2025. The only difference between that and the July report is we have 4 parking spaces that we're going to be using for drop-off pickup, not the 5 in the original report. So what I do is I go to the ITE trip generation manual, and at the time it was the 11th edition, and I look up daycare center, land use code 565, and I type in the number of students that we're going to have, and I use the AM peak hour trip generation rate, and it calculates 59 trips, 31 coming in, 28 coming out. The difference between that is the three would be, between 28 and 31 would be 3 staff would come and stay, 28 would be the drop-off number.
Can you give those numbers again to me
Sure.
a little slower so I can write
No
it down?
problem. It's in the report, but yeah.
Yeah, it's
The,
okay.
Table 1, trip generation summary, 76 students would generate 31 trips entering during the one peak hour between 7 and 9 in the morning, and 28 trips exiting during that same one peak hour. So it would be 1 hour between 7 and 9 in the morning, 7:30, 8:30, 7:15 to 8:15. In the afternoon peak hour, the 76 student daycare center would generate 60 trips. 28 trips in, 32 trips out. And again, the difference would be now the staff is starting to leave the parent pickup. I've observed a few different daycare centers throughout New Jersey, Primrose Academy in Florence Park, I recall, and another one up in, I think it was Dumont. And what I do is I observe the time the vehicle arrives, write down their license plate, and then when they leave, I observe what time they leave, and I do the math to figure out the average time. And in my observations, which I should qualify are before COVID, the average was about 7 to 8 minutes for a drop-off time. So it's a little bit longer than what our applicant is saying. But to be conservative, I use my longer duration. So if it's 8 minutes to drop off, each parking space can turn over 7 times in 1 hour. 7 times the 4 parking spaces is 28 drop-offs. We have 28 drop-offs, and same with the PM peak hour. We have 28 pickups in the afternoon. So based on the number of students that are going to be generated, and again, you heard from the applicant, it's not 100% attendance every time, 10, 15% out sick, vacation, whatever it ends up being. So in my estimation, the 4 parking spaces that the architect showed on the site plan within the garage is going to be adequate to serve the 28 drop-off pickups during that peak hour. In the other hours of the day, there'll be less before, let's say 7:30, and after 8:30. I also observed the operation of Big Smiles over on Union Avenue. I was there on July 15th between 6:30 in the morning and 9 a.m. And I did observe some of the things that the board mentioned, double parking and so forth, but I did note that, and it was July, it was a nice day, so people did park. Some took their kids out of the car, got them on the sidewalk, the kid took a dart toward the teacher that they saw, others walked into the building. So again, my average drop-off there was less than 5 minutes. I noticed some of the employees being dropped off and not parking the car, and then I observed some cars that were parked across Union Avenue that ended up leaving, so they were the people, I think, that live upstairs that must have left to go to work. So I guess my conclusions are that the 4 parking spaces that we're proposing inside the garage, as the applicant said, under cover, not affecting the weather and so forth, will be adequate to drop off 28, if not more, during that peak hour, because they're going to have staff at the back door taking the child once they do get them out of their car seat and give them their backpack, and they'll be able to be off. So it should be less than 7 or 8 minutes to do that drop-off operation.
And have you reached any conclusion with regard to the pickup procedure?
The pickup would be very similar, although what my experience is pickup tend to be spread out a little bit more. So he's going to have hours from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., so he's going to start seeing some pickup at 3 o'clock if it's a parent that works during their older child's school hours, and they're done at 3 o'clock, they're going to come by and pick them up at 3. Some are not going to be able to pick them up until after 6:30 because of their commute home from work. So that tends to be spread out. But again, based on the ITE numbers, we're looking at another peak hour, whether it's 3:30 or 4:30 or 5 to 6.
And is the time for the pickup similar to the time for the drop-off?
Yeah, as far as that goes, but from what the applicant explained to you, I'm going to call on my way, let them know I'll be there in a few minutes. They're going to take little Jake, put his coat on, get his backpack packed up, have him back by the back door, and then when I arrive, it'll be that much better. So it's a very
time you estimate of 7 minutes from the drop off in the morning would be less in the afternoon for the pickup?
Yeah, it would probably be a little bit less. Again, they're gonna have them packed up and ready to go. There'll be some that may stay and talk for a few minutes, and others that are, I gotta go home and make dinner. So it averages out to be less than 7 minutes, less than 8 minutes.
Have no further questions of this witness.
Okay, does this board have any questions for this witness? Mr. Guidance?
So you took into account the daycare drop-off and pickup. What about the residents that live there? Was that put into account with the traffic studies?
I didn't do a traffic study per se, because we're not, it's okay, because we're not generating a significant amount of traffic. But I did do a trip generation calculation just to see what the trip generation would be for the 158 units. And we're looking at about 58 trips in and out, 13 in, 45 out in the morning peak hour, and 38 in and 24 out during the PM peak hour. So that's 62 trips in the PM, 58 trips in the AM. Add that with the 20, what is it, this, the 59 that we've got, we're at a little over 100, around 120 trips.
As Mr. Hilton stated, I can see the potential for anyone wanting to come in, even with your tight time frame of 7 minutes or something, someone coming in, 3-4 cars all coming in at the same time, then you have 3 or 4 residents' cars coming in at the same time, and a big bottleneck happening.
I mean,
And I'm also not too keen on a drop-off and then just turn around in the parking deck and drive out, which I think is very dangerous.
I mean, we've got 24-foot wide drive aisles within the building, 9 by 18 parking spaces. When the residents come in, they go find their, I assume they have an assigned parking spot, they'll go to their assigned parking spot. In this case, we're gonna have assigned parking spots for the drop-off and the pickup. Again, 9 by 18 parking spaces, 24-foot wide drive aisles. This site was approved for this parking layout.
It was approved for the parking layout, it wasn't approved for students, for little kids to be dropped off and their parents making a U-turn to go back out.
Not making a U-turn, they're pulling into their parking spot, dropping off their child. When they're done, they back out of that parking spot and head towards the exit. They could either head towards the Williams Street exit or come out the entrance on Washington. Just like any other vehicle that's parked in the garage that's trying to leave.
So you still have cars, even with your trip generator, you still have cars that can be there for 7 minutes with everyone dropping off at the same time. Which in turn, I've been saying, that's what's gonna make the bottleneck come up. I think it's gonna be hard for the residents, the other residents there, to get in and out. That's just my opinion, you know.
Right, but we're talking about a car either entering or exiting every minute for either of the residents. So a car entering and exiting every minute for the residents and the daycare, on average.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'm going to close this portion and open it up to the public. Do I have any questions? Mr. Sheldon? If we can keep it to...
Yes, actually, I have a question really for the expert, the traffic
Right.
engineer. I wanted to ask him, your calculations are based on Washington Avenue in its current configuration?
No. What traffic engineers do is we have a compilation of data that other traffic engineers collect traffic counts at, let's say, other daycare centers. And we come up with formulas based on the number of students, and that's how I came up with my 31 in and 28 out during the AM peak hour.
What I'm trying to ask is that,
Can I have some? If you want time, please, we need to have our recorder. My cousin needs to be able to hear everything.
your calculations right now are based on Washington Avenue
No.
being in its current state?
No, my calculations are based on the generation of traffic by a 76-student daycare center.
With no consideration of the width of Washington Avenue and the flow of other vehicles on Washington Avenue, business vehicles, et cetera. You don't take into consideration all the other vehicular activity on Washington Avenue as you're assessing the impact this particular project will have added to the already existing activity?
No, because this generates less than a significant increase in traffic, and that's defined by the NJDOT as well as the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So less than 100 peak hour trips is what we're adding. We don't do an analysis of the traffic.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the fact that the state right now has this ongoing streetscape
Correct.
project, and that Washington Avenue very soon is essentially going to be one way in each direction instead of two lanes. And I have to wonder what any double parked cars at this facility could do to the overall flow of traffic on Washington Avenue. It just mentioned
There'll
the
be no-
ongoing streetscape project and how this could possibly affect this particular application. So I wanted to get it out there in case others have other similar questions.
There'll be no double parking on Washington Avenue. All the parking will be inside the
All right,
building.
well, that's in theory.
Well, the front, they
I'll have
have to...
something to say about that.
No, let me finish my
You let
answer.
her
Let me
finish
finish my
the
answer,
answer.
please. So if they park on the street, then they have to walk all the way around, get through the gate, and come around the building. It's not convenient to do that. Even if they're heading in that same direction, they want to just pull over, it's not going to be as convenient as coming in out of the elements, dropping off their child, and coming back out.
At least we hope so. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, Mr. Sheldon,
Yes.
any double parking on Washington Avenue will turn similar to Union Avenue, but that's, again, all the way down, and that's something that we're also trying to combat. There's a lot of double parking. And when we lose that lane, it's gonna turn into, all down Washington Avenue, same thing, people swerving out to the other side.
It'll be Midtown Manhattan from sunrise to sunset along all of Washington Avenue. So, all right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to close this portion. Mr. Gassion?
Mr. Williams?
Mr. Williams, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I most certainly do.
Please give us your name and business address.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Guido Williams, Williams with an S, located at 105 Grove Street, suite numbers 3 and 4 in Montclair, New Jersey.
Can you just review your qualifications, please, unless you want to qualify him as a field, an expert in field of planning, because you've been here a number of times. So he's accepting it. Would you tell the board what you did there for this year?
Certainly, I approach this application the way we approach every land use application, which begins with a review of the local land use documents, in this case, your master plan re-examination report, your zoning ordinance, and your redevelopment plan, all of that in the context of the municipal land use law and the local redevelopment housing law. Been to the site on several occasions. I know the area fairly well. I reviewed the site plan application and site plan before you this evening. I've also reviewed some of the case law and planning literature in support of what I'm about to testify. Finally, I did read Mr. Banda's June correspondence.
Just briefly, your planning overview.
Yes, my role this evening is relatively brief. It's really in response to the board's concerns that were expressed in the last hearing. Council mentioned that there is a gray area, but noted that we are here for a reason. So from a planning perspective, I'm just going to walk through my interpretation of the statutes and the code supporting the board's jurisdiction. I'm also going to refer to my notes because Mr. Gassion told me to be brief because your agenda is packed. The permitted uses in this zone district, the RDZ zone district, under the 74-102 Washington Avenue redevelopment plan, include retail and service uses. That's on page 7 of the plan. The retail stores and service uses are required across the entire frontage of Washington Avenue. The restaurant is required at the corner. And note the child care facilities, daycare facilities are not specifically listed as permitted uses, but it should be noted they're also not amongst the enumerated prohibited uses. And I'll have more to talk about that in a bit. No specific definitions given in the plan for obvious reasons because they're not listed as among the permitted uses. So we did look to one of our planner's desk references, the complete illustrated book of development definitions. These definitions will come as no surprises to this board, but they will inform some of my testimony. The first definition is child care center, which is defined as an establishment providing for the care, supervision, and protection of children. The more spot-on definition is the licensed child care center, which is defined as a licensed center that is regulated by a government agency, usually a state, and that by definition meets the stringent licensing requirements. The requirement for licensing is usually triggered by the number of children that are in the center, and many states have followed the New Jersey statute, which makes child care centers permitted uses in all non-residential districts, eliminates all off-street parking requirements, and exempts the FAR and density requirements. You've heard testimony from private witnesses about what we're seeking relief for, so I won't go through that. Again, my role is relatively limited to a discussion about governing laws for child care centers. My short response is that the municipal land use law does specifically legislate that child care facilities are permitted in all non-residential zone districts. And I want to come back to council's point about the nuance of this zone district and current non-Euclidean planning, which provides more flex zones and mixed use zones. But allow me to begin with the local zoning. In this case, the 74-102 Washington Avenue redevelopment plan sets forth a vision for the site and area, which includes the following. The plan cites its relationship to local objectives to include the following, which, if you were to approve our application, would be advanced. Number one, encourage new development activity and economic opportunity for a township that allows for increase in residential and commercial opportunities for the community. Again, that mixed-use focus. We are going to be on the first floor. If you were to approve our application for that commercial space, we would advance that goal. Two, stimulate the redevelopment of underutilized land. I would submit that this is not underutilized land, but this first floor commercial space has been vacant for a number of months, if not years. Number four, redevelop the property in a manner that will enhance the unique characteristics of this corner, location, and proximity to transit resources. Our traffic engineer provided testimony about how the site works, what the nature of traffic flow on Washington Street is, and in my opinion, the use will advance that as well. Seven, allow for new commercial development to serve the needs of the community. You heard from the applicant that if you were to approve our application, this commercial use would serve a known need and is a service use as permitted by your redevelopment plan. Similarly, the fundamental purpose of the plan would not be impaired, as this is an existing building, whereas the plan consistently refers to new construction. However, it does mention quality, tenancy, etc., and I would submit to the board that if you approve our application, we would comport with that. According to the redevelopment plan, quote, all retail sales and service uses, including an ATM on the facade, are permitted within the ground floor street frontage space, except those prohibited below. Your list of prohibited uses does not include child care centers. In fact, the planning literature suggests that child care centers are customarily considered service-oriented businesses or operations providing essential educational, supervisory, and personal care services for children, while parents, as you heard a moment ago, work or attend to other duties fitting perfectly under the service use. Again, child care centers are not prohibited in the zone district. Mr. Banda mentioned that the plan concludes with this board having jurisdiction, and in fact, there are no D variances permitted in this zone district. Interestingly enough, the underlying zone code, it's worth noting that the city code does say that child daycare facilities are permitted uses within the BG, commercial, residential, mixed use. So to council's point about the nuance of commercial and mixed use, your underlying zoning code actually acknowledges that child care centers are permitted in mixed-use zones, and I could go off on a tangent about planning theory around Euclidean zoning where everything's very cut and dry. to current contemporary planning theory, which actually encourages mixed use in what we used to consider downtowns and Main Street corridors. It's a perfect segue into a brief discussion about the municipal land use law and the interplay between the MLUL and the local code. Again, child care facilities are not prohibited in this zone district, and the MLUL, our municipal land use law and case law, suggests that state legislation preempts a municipal zoning ordinance when an ordinance expressly forbids something which is expressly authorized by the statute or permits something which is expressly prescribed. In this case, again, the child care center is not prohibited, and so in my opinion, from review of the municipal land use law and case law, the state statute dictating that child care centers are permitted use in commercial uses would stand. Child care centers are noted as an example of the statutory regulation which often comes up as a land use that has to be reconciled between the state and local, and that's why originally the state law was changed to allow child care facilities in all commercial zones, because there are non-residential zones, because there was some confusion about that. Under municipal land use law, and you heard Mr. Gassion testify, 40:55D-66.6, child care centers for which upon completion a license is required from the Department of Human Services and shall be permitted use in all non-residential districts of the municipality. As evidenced by the applicant's testimony, the child care facility has obtained a license, and I don't recall which commissioner mentioned this, but certainly your board counsel, Mr. Daniel, mentioned it could be a condition of approval if there's any hesitation about the status of the license, but the applicant is comfortable with its current submission and can certainly provide additional proof of licensure as required. As mentioned in the memo submitted by Mr. Gassion's office, the terms of the redevelopment ordinance, the street level floor, which is the location of the proposed child care center, is indeed commercial. It is not residential, and again, going back to the municipal land use law, for that reason, in my opinion, the board could feel comfortable that the child care facility should be considered by this board. Finally, it's worth noting very quickly, this is not a D variance, obviously, but as this board knows, the child care centers are considered inherently beneficial uses, and that goes to the overall benefit of the community in any zone in which they're located, but certainly in a zone like this. There are a couple of more statements from the municipal land use law. I won't repeat those. I'll simply conclude by offering that the MLUL articulates that child care centers are permitted in non-residential zone districts. Case law supports the MLUL's governance in its context. The redevelopment plan provides a specific list of prohibited uses in the zone, of which child care facilities are not among them. Therefore, there's no conflict between the local and the state. In fact, the plan permits all service uses, and a child care facility is a service use. Further, the underlying zoning recognizes that child care facilities are appropriate in commercial districts and mixed-use districts, which is a cue to how the governing body considers child care facilities. So based on all of my research and the testimony you've heard from the other witnesses, I would submit that this application is comfortably before this board.
Just one question. 4055D-66.6, does it also state that there is no parking requirement?
Yes, it exempts child care facilities from parking requirements, FAR, and density.
No further questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on why the state statute exempts residential districts?
I do.
Okay.
But it's informed in part by the Cox Treatise on Land Use, in which the critique of the state statute is that while it may have been ideal for when it was crafted, no longer fits contemporary planning, and in fact, one would argue that child care facilities should be permitted in residential zone districts as well. But that's when it was drafted, and at the time where districts were much more segregated.
and you know that this district, in fact, the very building that this child care center is going in has a substantial residential component to it, correct?
Correct.
So while it may not have an R1 designation or an R2 designation,
Right.
it clearly has substantial residential ongoing within the same building, right?
That's correct.
So although we don't know exactly what the reason why the statute exempted residential districts, you would agree with me that at least the specific location we're talking in within the redevelopment zone has a very significant residential component.
Yes, I don't know if the statute exempts residential districts, it just doesn't include them. It says you're permitted in all non-residential districts, which is, from a planning perspective, and I agree with the Cox Street, is a bit perplexing in today's context.
And let's talk about use variances generally, which I agree with you for purposes of tonight we're not considering. If someone is looking at a zoning ordinance and they want to have a site that does not have a specifically permitted use within the zoning ordinance for that use, that is generally considered then to be a non-permitted use absent a use variance, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
So the fact that daycare centers were not specifically listed as something that is allowed or is specifically not allowed within the redevelopment plan, that doesn't make it an allowable use, correct?
Let me try to parse that question. So typically you're correct, and that's why I focused on the black letter language of the plan. It says, and all service uses, which a child care facility is included as. So one could say, well, the words child care center were not part of the language in the plan. The plan says all retail uses and all service uses. And so in my opinion, that gives some opportunity or room to include the child care center as a permitted use. But additionally, and you'll appreciate this, a lot of zoning ordinances do no longer provide a lengthy list of prohibited uses because you can't think of every prohibited use and it locks you in. In this plan, however, it provides a list of prohibited uses. So it says all service uses are permitted, and then it gives you a list of prohibited uses, which does not include child care facilities. So from a planning perspective only, I would argue that A, child care facilities could be considered permitted as a service use, as a member of all service uses, and B, the MLUL statute would govern.
Do you know what these 2 units that the applicant is taking over are designated for within the redevelopment plan?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, they're not residential uses, right?
Correct.
What are they? Do you know what they are?
Retail and service only. And retail, all retail, restaurants, and service, all service uses.
Anyone else have any other questions for this witness? No? All right, I'm going to close this portion and open it up to the public. Does anyone have a question for this witness? Seeing none, I'm going to close this portion.
Let me ask one other question. Can you think, I'm sorry, can you think of another service use that would have 30-plus peak hour trips to it?
I hesitate to respond because I haven't thought of it, to be very honest.
Well, I'm sitting here thinking of service uses that are commonly found in town commercial districts, you know, a laundromat maybe, or yeah, hair salon, I mean, things like that. Can you can't, off the top of your head, you can't think of one. I'm not holding you to the answer, I'm just saying.
I would defer to Lee, but I'm being shown up by the layperson here, said gyms, for example.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Happy holidays.
No further witnesses.
No further witness.
Obviously, you have interested citizens.
Hold on one second, you did?
Yes, you asked the last question.
You asked the public.
Yeah.
Mike didn't have a question.
George, maybe.
Mike, you need me to, sure, need me to let you?
I have testimony, but not a question.
All right, so, Mr. Gassion, you have no other witnesses?
No other witnesses.
All right.
I obviously want an opportunity to sum up, but I think you've got to hear from interested citizens before I do that.
Yes, so we're going to summarize now. Does anyone have any comments about this? Mr. Frantantoni?
Vincent Frantantoni, 129 Mount Prospect Avenue, Belleville.
Please raise your right hand, Mr. Frantantoni. You swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You have his name and address?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to testify as an unlicensed daycare operator for about 30 years. Okay. I'm the eldest of 7. Unfortunately, we've had some, 2 of my brothers died young and a brother-in-law died young. My wife and I have been fortunate to have good health and all, and we provided daycare for my brothers and my sister when she became a widow. Also, my 6 grandchildren, my wife quit her job when my first grandchild was born, and she told the kids, they're not going to daycare, they come in my house. So those kids, my 6 grandchildren, from when they were infants until they were 5 years old and went to school, there was daycare in my house. Every single day there was drop off. My one daughter-in-law is a Belleville school teacher. In the morning she would drop them off at her house, go to school at 3:30, pick them up at all. One morning she had to go, let me tell you a real life experience, she had to go to work early one day. So my son, my oldest son, who happens to be 6'4", a lot of people know him, he brought the 2-year-old over. It wasn't 30 seconds. It was 5 minutes to get him out of the car, screaming and yelling, I don't want to go to there, I want to be with you, I want to be with you, and all that. And I can go on dozens of cases where that. So this 30-second drop-off thing is a fantasy and unreality.
I think the engineer confirmed our suspicion about that when he said 7 to 8 minutes.
Easy.
Yeah.
So we've experienced all these things. So this expert testimony we heard from licensed experts, I can knock them out of the park every single day. 30, I was trying to figure my oldest grandson. My brother-in-law died early 40s from Bascom Ridge. Those 4 children, we took care of them for months and months and months. So we know what it is to run daycare. We know what the drop-off was. Across the street from me, we knew it was 10 to 7 in the morning because the girl across the street was going to take her kid to the daycare center, could not get him in the car. And the whole neighborhood, no, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. So this 30-second expert testimony is false.
I just want to be clear, that the expert did not testify to the 30 seconds. The
Well,
expert,
whoever testified.
the guy who runs the business.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
he
And
testified.
we understand, you think it's gonna take longer than the 30 seconds, I think the board probably agrees with you,
Yeah.
but the
So-
expert testified that it could take 5 to 7 minutes, or actually 5 to 8 minutes, I think,
All
so.
right, I'll cut it short because I think I got my point across. But the other thing, of all this testimony and all the legal stuff and all the parking and how many other things, the one thing nobody's considered is the children, infants. God forbid there's one accident, and number one, 30 seconds, we couldn't get, Mr. Hinton drove me, we come up the light there, and then nobody would let us in to make a left turn into the parking lot. We were over a minute and a half just trying to get into there. We don't have restrictions on Washington Avenue. Who's going to come trying to make a left turn into the facility? And as was stated, the state idiotically is going to make it only one lane in either direction. We're going to have mass chaos, which we already have, as we witness right now, because the contractors have the center lane tied up. And so these are not suppositions or projections. We're actually living with this chaos of these one-lane things now. We've been for the last 2 years. I don't understand how they work a week and then don't show up for 3 months. So let's consider the children.
comments.
I have some comments, thank you. So hi, I'm Gabriela Fernandez. I am the co-owner and director of our current location on Union Avenue.
How do you spell your name?
First name is Gabriela, D like David, A, B like Victor, I-E-L-L-A. Last name Fernandez.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And
And,
yes.
Please raise your right hand.
oh,
You
yes,
swear the testimony you give in this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Thank you.
So I actually just wanted to add some commentary and really in specific to the gentleman's comments. Obviously, our child care center, the children are always number one. And I want to make sure that is absolutely clear. I have been a director of a child care center since 2010 right here in Belleville on Union Avenue. And it's been a lot of years. We've seen the change. We've gone through COVID. We closed our doors and reopened them. We have adjusted as much as we needed to. We adjust every day. And so when it comes to the needs of the children and the families, that is apparent, that they are looking for quality, safe care. And that is absolutely what we provide. I have a number of my staff members here today. We work hard. We work hard for these children every single day. When it comes to parking, adjustments, we're no strangers to any of that. We're no strangers to licensing also. So I just want to make sure that's very clear, that we are licensed, we continue to be licensed, we are continued when it comes to monitoring, following state regulations. We do not cut corners. We can't cut corners. I raised my children at our current center. I have 3 children of my own, of our own. And, the fact of the matter is right now we have a waiting list and the need for childcare is apparent. And we want to provide that. I'll also comment on the fact that Belleville is now forging forward with pre-K expansion. The state is really heavy on childcare, and so there is a lack of childcare when it comes to infant care. And that is what we are licensed to provide. I am no stranger to outdoor play space and walks and drop-off and pickups. I have witnessed it on multiple occasions. Absolutely, it can take 30 seconds. Our children love our center, and they run to the teachers. And our parents are so grateful for that. And that is what our center provides. That comfort, that ability to be able to drop your kid off and go, because as a parent, that's really what we want to know, that you don't have to think, what about my child? And so obviously our experts and our testimony is all very fair, but I want to make sure you understand that we are no stranger to Belleville. We have seen the changes over the past years, with traffic, etc. We are looking for a solution for that, but ultimately we are looking to provide quality and safe care. And we have the opportunity to do that in a brand new facility. Infant care is, you can imagine, we are taking in children from infancy. That is a huge, huge, huge responsibility that the parents have to really believe, yeah, go ahead and take my child in, with their car seat, and because I have to get to work. And it really does happen that fast. We take the children with the car seat and, continue their day. So it's home away from home for our families. And we want to be able to provide that. And it is huge that we're able to do that indoor. That now they don't even have to worry about elements, raining, snowing, etc. They'll be able to do that indoors, drop off indoors. So it's going to be phenomenal, and I hope that you all see that as well.
Let me ask you a question. You said you were familiar with the licensing that goes on for these facilities.
Absolutely.
Were you involved in preparation for the licensing for this facility?
Yes, absolutely. I walked through with our current inspector 3 times on Washington Avenue already.
And was there any requests made by the operators of the facility that being you, I suppose, and your husband, for any waivers to any of the state's requirements?
There is no need for a waiver because according to subchapter 6 in the manual of requirements that the gentleman mentioned, program requirements. Now, the main focus of outdoor space is for gross motor development for children. They need an opportunity to run or move or walk or see outside or smell fresh air. They can't be in a room all day long, obviously. With that being said, section G1, I'm remembering off the top of my head, specifies that the child care center is required to provide outdoor activity, where it be outdoor play area that's dedicated, a playground, a community playground, walking, going for walks around the, around the neighborhood. Any of those ways have to accomplish the outdoor play or the outdoor activity component requirement. Did I answer your question?
Well, I'm wondering what the answer is to that if you don't have an outdoor play area. What is the plan for these children? I'm only asking because Mr. Sheldon obviously had an interest in this question.
So the state inspector specified two things. One, and obviously I'm just going by the inspection that they completed. Number one is that the majority of our children will be infant age, infant care. We are focusing on infant care at this center. Number two is that the requirement never specifies an outdoor play area. What it's looking for is outdoor activity. And with that being said, we are 100% allowed to just go for a walk every day. Whether it's, obviously if the elements allow that. We can go for a walk, we can visit community playground if available. It's dedicated outdoor space is not required.
Are
In
you-
fact,
Are you aware that there's a playground just up the street?
William Street, absolutely. And that's already been reviewed as part of our inspection. We also did environmental testing on that playground already, and it passed. So William Street is absolutely an opportunity and option for us, but we don't have to use it. We don't need exclusive use for it. William Street Playground,
But it passed, so it is
It passed.
permitted, so it fits the narrative for you.
absolutely. So there's no waiver as part of the application, nor is it, was it ever given or needed. Community playground is absolutely acceptable as well. But being that it is going to be infants, infant care for the majority, realistically, we're going to be purchasing the six-seater strollers and just allowing the children. Now, the other thing about Washington Avenue is that the sidewalk space is huge. I think it's like, correct me if it's really big. And so it's plenty of space to just be able to walk the children. That's all they need. That's all they need. They just need some space outside, some time outside, walking, etc. But the gentleman was absolutely right, and he did not, uncover anything that we didn't already know. And the state has already reviewed that. William Street's community playground has already been approved. We've already done environmental testing on it. If we choose to go there, that's really the point. It's just an option. You can do our program, it's up to our private program to decide, okay, on Mondays we go for a walk. On Tuesdays, we go to, but you know what I mean? Like, the point is to have an option in your program every single day that the children see the outside and move. And,
You kind of opened up Pandora's box with me. Has the town knows about your possible use of the playground and maybe a hold harmless agreement if needed?
It's a public,
Well, it's a public park, so the council, for a couple of reasons, didn't really want to do that. A, because it was public, so making it private for certain hours they didn't like. They also didn't like the crossing of the highway to get there, so.
No, I'm just kind of, we're throwing things around.
yeah, no, of course, but consider any child care center in any city. There's plenty of cities in New Jersey where all they have is a public playground option. There's other locations where there's nothing available, and then they have to build an indoor playground. So the state is, I wouldn't say lenient, but they understand childcare centers go up everywhere. And so they have to be mindful of that and understand that us as providers, you know, not that they have to be flexible, but that there are different options, you know, with that. And when it comes to crossing, et cetera, they have already addressed that. We have to come up with a plan for the state when it comes to how we are gonna handle transporting the children. Extra staff, you know, crossing guard equipment, all of that, you know, comes into play. But it's not anything that they haven't asked us for already, so if we decide to do that, what would our plan be for that?
Okay. Is there anyone else that has any final conclusions on this project? Mr. Anton?
I'm not against
Okay.
the daycare, believe me, I would love to see another daycare.
Okay.
But this problem with the...
You're not a witness, you can sit.
Okay,
What?
all right. No,
You're not a
Mr.
witness.
Henn, please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. The testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay.
The question, the problem I have with this here is the one way in and out, the ingress, egress. Then they gotta pull into the parking spot there, then they gotta back out,
Well,
turn
now,
out.
they said they would go around. There's two ways. They would come in one way and go out the other way, or they can go around.
There's two ways. Same driveway coming in and out.
No,
Where's the other
there's
one?
two. One's on Washington Avenue and one's on William.
Oh, they got it, one, okay, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
That's all right. The testimony
Yeah.
was that they were gonna come in and out of the same,
They
can, but they
They can, but they don't have to.
well, I mean, I suppose they don't have to, but
So you're gonna go out on,
they're gonna go out any way they can go out, Mr. Hinton. There's no, they don't have a plan that says they're gonna go out a specific exit.
okay, but I think this is gonna be the biggest problem with this project. Is the cars coming in, letting the kids out, turning around, pulling out, not to mention the traffic on Washington Avenue, that's
That's why
another.
we ended up with a traffic expert
So,
trying to help us make
I got
that
a
decision as
recommendation
well.
for you that another building.
Okay.
that'll work.
Anyone else have any other comments?
That's
Mr. Sheldon?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear a testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, name and address, please.
Michael Sheldon, still at 47 Floyd Street. Okay. I have a bunch of concerns about this project in no particular order. But let me start off by saying, when the testimony began tonight, the applicant said that there would be upwards of 80 students.
76.
Oh, that's upwards of 80, all right. But I was also my understanding that it was going to be a mixture of infants, toddlers, and
Yes.
all the way up from pre-K. So what the one applicant just said a few moments ago, that it's, you know, mostly infants, and infants don't
Well, no,
need
she said the majority.
majority. Well, but, you know, still, even if it was all infants, and if they only had to provide some stroller activity, you know, is Washington Avenue a place where you want newborns, essentially, little kids in strollers, having to deal with all of the pollution coming from all the vehicles? I just want to point out that, you know, as I'm sure you're all aware, in the last few years, our Board of Education has gone all in for pre-K. We have a number of pre-K facilities throughout Belleville. They all have their own outdoor recreational spots. In fact, in 2019, I was on the board at the time, there was some discussion about putting a pre-K building right next to the middle school. But that got abandoned. Why? Because we couldn't provide outdoor recreational space, and continuing this argument, no one wanted little kids to be walked up and down Washington Avenue, again, with all of the pollution coming from all the vehicles. So I just think that, you know, this location for any sort of daycare facility is just a really bad choice when you are worried about the health and welfare of the children. This thing is, you know, going to be located on the main thoroughfare in Belleville. And we all know, if you've driven by the applicant's other facility in Union Avenue during the peaks of the day when kids are being dropped off or picked up, it's not, as Mr. Bandis said, it's not only a problem with double parking, it's something of triple parking. I've had myself, in order to get around, had to cross to the other side of Union Avenue because of the backlog. And I'm glad that finally, tonight, everyone agrees that it's not going to take just 30 seconds to drop off a kid, as was originally said tonight. It's more realistically 7 to 8 minutes. If we were going to stay with the 30-second rule, I guess then in the off-season, his staff could be in the 500 pit crew. Get in and out, almost as fast as they can change tires. But if we do accept 7 to 8 minutes, during peak hours there are 30 trips. So do the multiplication. 7 to 8 minutes per kid, 30 trips. You're now looking at what amounts to 3-4 hours of activity. Now they're going to say, well, we have 4 parking spots, so now it's further. But nevertheless, you're going to have a backlog. We all know what's going to happen if and when this facility is green-lighted. Ms. Guaman spoke earlier tonight. She brought up the testimony about the Essex. Mr. Tiflinski was before this board a few years ago to get that building approved. And Ms. Guaman is correct. You all agreed that the access to the indoor parking would be restricted for security purposes 24/7. So now the applicant is saying, well, we have an agreement to be able to use the indoor parking for a few hours in the morning and a few hours in the afternoon. If you go forward with this, please make sure you get a legally binding easement or whatever is entailed here, because it's my understanding that Mr. Tiflinski is either in the process of selling or has already sold the building to new owners. So, if that ownership does change, and it looks like it will, or already has, who knows what the next owner may do? They may not honor that easement. So you have to if you go forward with this, make sure that a permanent easement is provided so that as long as the daycare center stays there, they always will have access to those indoor parking spots. And let's see, what else? Well, again, I just think that as much as I approve daycare and pre-K, this is just a really bad location choice, all things considered. We can do better for the kids and put them in a heavily trafficked business area. These kids need to be off the beaten track in an area where there is playgrounds and outdoor recreational space, and not as much traffic as what's going to exist. And it's only going to get exacerbated once the Washington Avenue Streetscape project is completed over these next couple of years. And this is the first section of Washington Avenue that will be similarly affected. So you guys have to look down the road what's really going to pan out here if you go forward with this. I think that I want the applicant to be successful here in Belleville, but I think they need a different location than the Essex. And by the way, when that Essex project was before you guys, I remember Mr. Tiflinski and company saying that the retail space, in addition to the restaurant that was going to be on the corner, I know that space is still available.
Objection to the hearsay.
It's not a hearsay, it's on the testimony. Want me to bring the video in? Come over tonight, I'll watch the video with you. The testimony, those other spaces, the rhetoric was that those were going to become shops, boutiques, etc. No, it's part of the record, Mr. Gassion.
No, it's hearsay.
So now it's going to become a daycare center. That's not what was envisioned 3 years ago. So with that, please do not approve this.
Mr. Gassion, do you have any knowledge of whether or not the approval for this building provided the requirement that the parking be secure parking?
No, I do not. I had nothing to do with this approval. It's a tortured approval. First thing, the original approval was when I was town attorney back 20 years ago. And then it was changed, and I have no idea. Numerous times they were before the board. Numerous times.
What is your opinion about whether or not this board, what would be the effect of this board, assuming that it said that it had to be secured parking? What would your opinion be of what this board could do at this point regarding a prior approval approval that had specific parking. Like, I don't know what,
Explain
they're not-
what you mean by secured parking, I'm sorry.
well, I mean, it's gated,
Right, it is, as I understand it.
right, but the gates are gonna be wide open for like 7 hours a
They
day.
are.
That's not the same as it being gated.
That's correct. So
So,
you're saying it was a condition that it be gated?
well, I'm wondering, what would your, let's assume, just for the purposes of this conversation, that that is what was approved.
Well, technically, you and I both know you'd have to get an amendment to that condition.
But we're not here on an amendment for that.
I understand.
I don't even know if the condition exists.
So neither do I, so.
And I think
don't
it
have an
predates
answer.
my time here with the board, so,
I had nothing to do with that application ever. As I said, started when I was a town attorney, had nothing to do with it. And then, Brian might know better than me, you must have gone 3 or 4 different times for hearings. Change.
It went before the zoning, then the planning, then the zoning, then the planning, it went back and forth.
Yep.
well, it's a redevelopment zone, isn't it? So we.
And that was your area in need of redevelopment.
So,
That was, I guess, the last step.
so at some point in time, when that building was being constructed, it came to this board for site plan.
Agreed.
So,
That was the final step, had to be.
right. So I have a little bit of a concern because a couple people have mentioned that that may have been a requirement of the original approval. And I have a concern that by,
Well, the definition of secure might not prohibit.
I would, having
Open
written
for an hour.
1,000 resolutions, I'm certain that the definition of secure is not in that resolution.
I think you just have to have gated. I think secure is determined mainly talking about nights. I don't think you're gonna, if you get that area in need of redevelopment plan and see it said something about secure, you're never gonna know what secure means. And therefore, I don't think
Well,
that should be dispositive on this issue.
I agree to some extent that it's not going to say that, but I think if a person can drive in through an ungated area and then drive through the parking lot and then come out whatever other exit it wants to come out, that's not what they meant by secure.
Again, if it said that.
If it said that, I'm saying, I don't know what it
We
says.
don't know.
I mean,
And that's not before the board tonight, that no one here knows what that is. I don't think you should be considering that because it's not known to this board.
well, this board, many of these members were the ones who were on that application. So it's
Well, if
not
somebody
unknown.
remembers, fine, but I don't
Well,
think.
Ms. Coleman already stated earlier that.
You remember.
I remember.
So my,
Remember what?
I remember that we asked that the area, the parking area,
It says it in here, both entrances will be secured with a decorative aluminum glass and door, electronic access.
Okay,
there you go.
That's secured.
What does that
I
mean?
can't find the transcripts, so.
what does that mean? Mr.
That's
Van? You
the
know that.
resolution.
And we
Sure,
had,
it's got the gates.
we had even asked for video cameras directly to the Belleville Police Department when they actually said, okay, well, we'll see if we can get that. We're not actually sure if we can do that, but we'll coordinate with Belleville PD. And we asked for the gates, 24/7, locked with access with a key fob. That's exactly what we asked for.
Again, you've got that. This is a tenant, you've got the right to open it for a period of time.
this
And
is
they're
so
there.
far from that. I mean, this isn't even close to that. If you're gonna leave the gate open
And somebody's gonna be there,
for several hours,
and somebody's gonna be there in and out.
who's the person who's gonna be there?
They're gonna be there receiving the children.
I'm sure that the people receiving the children are not going to be protecting the entrance and exit of people in that building. Right, their job is to take the
Neither does
kid in.
any tenant that goes in and out protect the entrance.
Yes, but the gate does.
You mean, they don't leave it open, so, ever.
You're not supposed to.
They're not supposed to.
According to the resolution, as it's been read here from Mr. Banna, I don't know how we get around approving something that is contradictory to a prior approval resolution.
So what you're asking for is us to have somebody at the gate and open it and close it every time.
Mr. Gassion,
Just to make the board aware, there were two options when we spoke with the landlord. Either we keep it open or we provide for each parent. So it really depended on the adjustment of, you know,
Well,
what
I'm
they
pretty
were.
That's
certain
exactly what I was getting at.
That's not secure either. You're gonna have 78 other people with access to
Well,
the building.
it wouldn't be 78 because number one, not everybody drives. Number two, we have families with more than one child. So it really only is, just like our traffic expert said, about 20 to 30 drop-offs every day.
Actually, he testified that it was more than that, and that was only during the
Well,
peak
by
hour.
car, by car.
Oh, that was by peak hour
We
at
have a lot
certain
of
times.
parents that walk. But in any case, if the.
I'm not trying to be obstructionist, I just can't practically figure out a way to
Clearly
amend the
said
prior
between
resolution.
20 and 30 during peak hour.
I can tell you what he said, because I wrote it down.
He said
If you want-
31 in and 28 out.
Okay?
And that's just during the peak hour. He didn't say there was only gonna be 31 people who drove to this facility every day.
I just said that, peak hour is what I just said.
Okay, but, if 31 people come between 7 and 8 AM, and another 31 come between 8 and 9 AM,
Well,
now I have.
that's not the case. But
We don't know that. He
Well,
didn't
but
testify to
You gotta go
that.
by what has happened in history and what the peak hour is, and then it lessens in either direction from the peak hour.
So let's say instead of 31, it's 21. That's 52 people. And people come and go with this facility, right? You're in a daycare center for a year, then you change daycare centers. Now you got a whole nother person who has a key fob, right? There's no,
They don't keep it.
do you have a facility where key fobs are used?
There would be a deposit in place, and they won't leave with it.
That's not the question I asked you. Do you have a facility with a key fob usage? So you don't know if people are gonna leave with it. I still have
No
keys
one-
for my
no one
college
really does.
apartment. I'm really not concerned, I know it sounds like I am, but I'm really not concerned about the in and out. I'm more concerned about the fact that I have a resolution of approval from this board that says that this building is supposed to be secured with a gated parking system. And now, not on that application, not on a amendment to that application, but on something totally different, we're being asked to ungate it. Something contrary to what the board previously did. I don't know, do you have any idea what the board's authority is to do that?
Well, this board would have the authority to amend anything, but I don't know that you're changing it. You're just allowing ingress and egress for a wider scope period. You're not stopping the gate. The gate's still gonna be there. And the concern of that gate, I'm sure, is evenings, not during the prime time.
I don't have any idea what the concern of that gate is.
I had grandchildren that were in daycare, and when we left, they disengaged our key fobs. So we were no longer able to get in and out. So when you're no longer a part of that facility, there was a code that the owners or whoever was in charge disengaged that you couldn't use it anymore. So it's the same way in this building. If I have a key fob and I left, like when I left the police department, my key fob was no longer available. They disengaged me. I couldn't use it anymore. So I don't see that that's a problem.
Would you be able to disengage it or engage it whenever you
Well,
need
she's
to?
been given the option to do one or the other, leave it open, or give each,
I'm only asking, does she have the ability right now to say to the owner, I would like to have access to so many key fobs and I'll be able to disengage so
she'll
many?
answer your question.
No, yeah, absolutely, that's something that we both discussed with them. I imagine they already have that in place with their tenants, like if for some reason they, you know, a person moves from their building and they didn't return it, you know, they just deactivate it, so it would be the same system, I'm sure.
So you would have to go through the management?
Yeah,
All right, that's the only question we're trying to
yeah.
secure and still keep the theory of what you're trying to tell us.
Yeah, and I think the issue with that was the guidance of where they're going once they get into the building. Because really, those buildings aren't designed to have a ton of spaces for customers, per se, of whatever retail or whatever was in there. That was really for the few spaces that were put in the building were for staff.
Right.
So the staff would obviously go right to where they're supposed to go and then leave. Once a client comes in, they can kind of wander the whole place if they wanted to before they leave. I don't know.
Yeah, I do
There is no
remember
parking
staff.
for the staff on the side.
But that, again, the theory behind the design of all of these buildings, and again, if it was in the resolution, obviously we had some conversation about it. I can't find the transcripts in the computer system, so they're probably in writing upstairs somewhere. So I can't get you the details on it, but that's all that I have.
I do remember as well as saying that the employees would have spaces in the parking lot and have access, but that was it. It wasn't for any customers or for anybody that partook in the retail section. So,
Well, we're working a little bit with one hand tied behind our back here.
all right, is there anybody else that would like to make a comment before we close?
I would like to have an opportunity to sum up if no one
Yes,
else
you do.
wants
I
to.
was gonna call on
I
you.
also would like the opportunity to take 5 minutes to talk to my client before I sum up.
Sure.
All right, I'll make a motion. Can I get a motion for 5 minutes? Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we'll see you in 5 minutes and give you a, back into order, can I have silence? Silence for the recorder. All right, I think Mr. Hinton, please sit down. Mr. Hinton?
Mr. Hinton.
We're trying to get quiet so we can continue our meeting. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gasciano, please summarize.
Emilio Baby Gasciano, huh? Okay. Madam Chair, lady, members of the board, there's two, it appears, issues that have been raised that are somewhat, I would say, obstructionist, but I'm going to answer them. One, you're talking about whether or not it's permitted. It certainly is permitted. It's allowed under 4055D-66.6, and in addition thereto, it's an inherently beneficial use. So,
The board is not contesting that issue. Otherwise, you wouldn't have started this effort.
okay, but you had brought that up last time, and when you gave your opinion, you said you weren't sure, so I want to make it clear what I
I've
think.
spoken about that already, and Mr. Williams testified at length for you.
We did.
The only one who brought up the use during tonight's testimony, other than when I was answering Mr. Sheldon's question, is the applicant.
Because it had been, we had to adjourn and had to submit a legal memo to you, to which we never got an answer, as you know.
But you're
I never
here.
heard from you.
You're here,
I'm here now.
and you had a full application.
That's correct.
So
I want to
let's-
go on record with my points.
I will say a gym and a daycare are not the same type of thing. A gym doesn't have drop-off and pick-up. Gym people park and go in. They don't sit in the middle of the building.
I'm sorry, why did the gym come up?
That was the only comment I really had on that, because you commented on the planners talking about it. So it's just very different uses.
The other issue appears to be security. Now, my client has spoken with the owner. They can activate and deactivate the bypass thing anytime they want. You can shut it down for the night. If every one of them that is outside of this group has to be shut down at 7 o'clock and can't be activated till 6 a.m. in the morning, that's fine. They can control it. The age of computers, certainly I'm an old man, I don't know how that works, but they absolutely can control it, deactivate it anytime they want, at any time. So that security is not an issue. Now, this is just a site plan approval. There's no variances being sought. Site plan approval. And again, as I said, it's inherently beneficial, and the use is not prohibited by the ordinance. And I know you're going to tell me you don't want to hear what I have to say.
I'm not going to tell you that. I'm going to tell you you're wrong. It's not allowed, and inherently beneficial use only matters if we're talking about a use variance, which we're not talking about.
So therefore, the use.
So you can keep saying it's inherently beneficial as if somehow or other this board is going to get stunad and not know what you're talking about.
No, I don't.
They know what you're
The
talking
board knows
about.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Right, so
And I never say anything that's not correct legally. period. And I don't like the personal attack that you seem to make against my firm, just so we understand.
When did I do that?
Every application. We don't respond to any, what, I'm gonna get to. Okay, my witness testified that the children are number one. She's looking to do what's best for the children. And Mr. Band is concerned, and I understand his concern about the other daycare facilities, the ones that drop off on the street. We're not going to drop off on the street. We're going to be the best daycare facility in the town. My clients testified about the need. Clearly, there is a lack of child care facilities, and there is a need. And in this situation, the need is made better because we're not having any drop-off on the street, which is what is the key concern. We've got 4 parking spaces. Yes, it may take anywhere between 30 seconds and 7 minutes for a drop-off, but still, of those 4 parking spaces, during prime time, we're going to be able to accommodate the parents with their drop-offs. The parents are looking for quality, safe daycare. This provides that for them. They have a facility on Union Avenue, which they may or may not terminate if they can get this opportunity. They indicated that. This now is the indoor space. This is, as my client said, it's a home away from her family, and they are very concerned with regard to the kids that they provide for. As to the outdoor playground, it's not a necessity, but they do have to take the children outdoors, which was explained by Mrs. Fernandez. They'll walk them when they have to walk them or do what they have to do. They took the time to check the playground in the area to make sure it's environmentally safe and approved by the state of New Jersey. They walk the kids when necessary, but they have many underage children. Therefore, an outdoor playground is not as necessary for their particular operation. Mr. Sheldon talks about Washington Avenue being a negative spot. The daycare facilities in the town that I'm familiar with are on Union Avenue and Washington Avenue. And this one, again, repeating myself for the 4th time, is going to have an inside drop-off that makes things much better. There was a comment about the building being sold. That's irrelevant to the situation because there's a lease. The lease continues. The sale of the building does not terminate the lease. And all the parents will be directed as to how to do this. And my client is very experienced. They have a daycare facility for at least 15 years that I know of, and will do a great job. They are interested in taking care of the kids. So again, we're looking for site plan approval, and that's all we need here. And I thank the board for their time and attention. I understand there's concerns about daycare facilities in other locations, but this is a different location. This is inside drop-off. No other facility in the town that I'm familiar with has that available. Again, I thank the board for all the time they gave for this.
Okay, thank you. I think we need a little discussion. Does anybody on the board want to discuss this before we vote? Okay.
You may not know, but I am a security officer in school number 4 in Belleville. There's approximately 500 children there, ages 3 years old to 12 years old. In the morning, we have 20 minutes to get 500 kids in school. Sometimes there are children that are a little, they need a little help getting in. We have many assistants, teacher assistants, and the paraprofessionals that come out. They will get the children from the car And we only have 20 minutes, and that's 500 children. This is only 76 children. I don't think this is a big problem. That's it.
Anyone else have any other discussion on this? Mr. Ryan?
We all know it's a pretty gray area application, and I'm very concerned about something with this board setting precedents on. I don't know if we want to follow this rabbit down that hole or what we're gonna do, but it's very concerning to me.
What's the concerning pieces of it?
Well, we actually have no type of case law to go on about this. It's all just being played by ear, and as you know, we are here, so I guess that settles kind of that question, but it kind of doesn't. And I'm not sure if we want to go down this route.
What you're saying is that we shouldn't be hearing this?
I don't know if this is the right place to hear this. We might be hearing it, but I don't know if it is actually for us to hear this.
Do you have any more?
No.
I mean, personally, I don't think in terms of, like I said, the use doesn't fit the redevelopment plan. I don't think it fits retail or service. I think it conflicts with a bunch of different verbiage in the redevelopment plan, but I don't think there's much that can be done to change that. I think the state statute will prevalent anyway. I don't particularly have a problem with that piece of it. I have more of the problems of the way the interior drop-off works. I mean, the access to the building is still open all day long. I don't know if the security doors will be closed during that time, if they'll stay open, if somebody leaves them open. I don't know which way people are going. I also know that the drop-offs are going to take more than 30 seconds, and there's going to be a backup inside the building over that, which is going to lead to, again, parking outside, and the same conflicts between the double parking might continue. I don't particularly like the way that the drop-off plan works, in terms, like I said, I don't think parents, just to Mr. Frantantoni's comment, I don't think they just get out, drop the kid off, go back in the car. I think there's a lot more of a process, and I think we're going to stay closer to that, that 7-minute issue. I think the lack of outdoor play spaces is still an area. Walking the kids across the highway, I wasn't really for. Those are the main things that I kind of don't like, because the issues are there on Union Avenue. I don't see it getting better across the board, so that's me.
Is there anyone else? I have a few of the same concerns about walking to the playground, and I think it's 100% right on, as far as Mr. Band is saying, that it's only going to get worse, Washington Avenue. I'm a little perplexed on how do we satisfy everybody, and I don't think we have an exact answer. Maybe a conditional use possibly, that with the key fobs as far as security, if everyone is worried about that.
You could make that a condition of the approval, that they implement some kind of a key fob system that apparently the owner is already using for the rest of the building. So, in terms of how that would work, I don't know whether building management's involved in that or whether management of the daycare center is involved in it, maybe both. But that's, to me, if that's a system, to be honest with you, I'm not sure that that is even the best system. Like, it might be better to have it open for purposes of getting the cars off of Washington Street and inside the garage, right? But my concern with that really only dealt with the issue that in the previous resolution, there was a condition that there be a gate, and I don't know that we're here tonight to amend that resolution, so we end up putting the building itself essentially in default of its own obligations under the other resolution. So I really wasn't bringing that up because of any concerns I had about safety. I actually think it might be easier for the queuing if there isn't a gate up, there, in the mornings. People could just get in, right? But I was really only concerned about it for procedurally on how to deal with the issue that it's in a prior approval. So it seems like they can work around that issue one way or the other. And if the key fobs are in each person's individual car, then probably it doesn't affect the queuing because they can open the thing whenever they pull up and pull in. That's just my thinking on that issue.
Exactly, so, I mean, it kind of helps everyone's thoughts here. So it was dangerous to walk across the highway for a playground. The key fob thing, if that could be a condition, that would be good. I think that works with some of us. And I'm trying to think what else may be a concern. And as far as,
If you were in approval, would you want to have them come in on Washington and out Williams?
That's access to 2 gates,
yeah.
Oh, no, out. So
Yeah,
it's a
out.
sensor, they're not fobbing it to get out.
so that it'll close.
Yeah,
Could
they
be.
close automatically once you leave.
That could be.
That way you know how people trying to cross Washington Avenue, there's a traffic light on William if they want to make a left out of the building.
Because I kind of envision people coming down Washington Avenue, turning into William, and having a backlog of cars wrapped around. If,
Well, I think
you
that's
know,
what,
The ultimate scheme of Washington Avenue is the center lane's going to be a turn lane.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking ahead, that
Yeah.
could be where they stack in a turn lane.
yeah,
What happens to people that the parents that don't use the parking lot?
True.
And they don't park on Washington Ave?
No, I think there's still gonna be access to the front and back parcel either. You're not gonna push people either way. I mean, you get some in, some out, which is gonna happen.
yeah. So, all right, so I think we kind of beat the dead horse here. So, does somebody want to make a motion and maybe a possible conditional use with a key fob for in the future?
I'll make a motion that we accept this with the key fob conditions.
Okay.
Second.
Got a second, all right, we'll have roll. Joe? Bandit?
No.
Jordana?
Yes.
Walden?
No.
Guyan?
No.
Busy?
Yes.
Jimenez?
No.
And Eduardo?
No. What is the count? 5 to 2, so it goes down.
so somebody would need to make a motion to deny, so that we could have some clear record.
I'll make a motion to deny.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Bandit?
Yes.
Jordana? Walden?
Yes.
Guyan?
Yes.
Busy?
No.
Jimenez?
Yes.
And Eduardo?
Yes.
Same motion?
Same vote, 5 to 2.
All right,
So it goes down.
motion is, the application is denied.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Can I get a motion for a 5-minute recess?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor? All right, we're on to our next application, PB 2519, Pedro and Maricela. I'm going to say it totally wrong, so I'm just going to say, it's PB 2519.
Come on.
Mr. Gassion.
That's called pumping.
Yes.
Berrezuetz.
Berrezuetz?
I don't know how that is for a Latino, but Berrezuetz.
Berrezuetz.
There you go.
Pretty good.
That is
Not
what-
bad.
Madam Chair Lady, members of the board, obviously you know who I am. Gassion Pomarco is the phone. I represent the applicant in this matter, Pedro and Maricela Berrezuetz. It's an application to demolish the existing structures on the property and subdivide 54-58 Florence into 3 lots and erect three new two-families on each of the divided lots. As per the letter of the zoning officer, the plans comply with all the bulk standards of the district. Is that correct, Mr. Banda?
That is correct.
Thank you. The property is in the SLR district and the two-family uses are permitted. All three lots exceed the required 2,500 square foot by about an average of about 250 square feet above. The applicant is seeking minor subdivision approval. The witness you will hear from are Pedro Berrezuetz, the owner, and applicant, and Roma, the architect. I'd like to call Mr. Berrezuetz up first.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please give us your name and address for the record.
Pedro Berrezuetz, 58 Florence Avenue, Belleville.
He says it much better than you, Bob.
Do you need a spelling?
He's testifying as a fact witness, so we do not need to
I can't even
qualify.
speak Italian, never mind. It's embarrassing.
He doesn't need to be qualified, so he can testify.
Yeah, if you could spell your name.
Pedro, Pedro, Berrezuetz, P as in boy, Errezueta.
Thank you.
Mr. Berrezuetz, for how long have you lived at 58 Florence in Belleville?
I live in since 2008.
And with whom do you reside? With whom do you live?
I live with my wife and two children.
And how old are the children?
One is 19 years old and the other is 16 years old.
And what is it you're seeking to do tonight?
I'm thinking to subdivide the property, build the three houses, live in one and rent the other two.
So you're not going to sell anything, you're going to retain all three houses, live in one, and rent the other 5 units, is that correct?
Correct.
I got no further questions in this witness, Madam Chair.
Anyone has a question? Public have any questions?
Ridiculous.
No.
Oh, just one.
It has to pertain to what he just said.
Yes, yes. Everyone, Michael Sheldon, 47 Floyd Street. Mr. Gassion just said that his client is going to live in one of the...
Well, the client said he's...
I didn't say, he said.
He said.
He said. But I just want to be clear that you can't make that a condition.
We're not making it a condition. He
Right,
just
so it's
answered
really
the
irrelevant.
question. He just
It's
answered
about
the
whether or not
question.
he lives there or not,
Right.
it really has no bearing on the case.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No, go ahead.
I'd like to call Mr. Roma, the
Thank you.
architect.
He's ready to go. You swear a testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please give us your name and business address for the record.
My name is Daniel Angel Roma, R-O-M-A. And my office is 877 Broad Street, Newark, New Jersey. And I came to this country in 1985. Since then, I've been involved in the field of architecture. In 2004, I became a licensed architect in the state of New York and New Jersey. And my license is gone.
And have you testified previously before zoning boards and planning boards, including this board?
Yes, I did.
And we accepted on each and every occasion as an expert in the field of architecture.
That's correct.
Madam Chair,
Accept them again.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Roma, would you please describe the existing property or the existing site?
Yes.
Existing.
The property is located at 5458 Florence Avenue. The existing lot is 75 feet width by 109.03 on the right side and 110.97 on the left side. What we want to do is we want to subdivide this lot that is 75 feet into 3 lots. Each lot will have 25 feet frontage, having the total of 3 lots. The first one number 54, Florence Avenue, will be 25 by 110.97 for a total of 2,766 square feet. The second one, that will be 56 Florence Avenue, we have a total of 2,750 square feet. And the last one,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you aim those, the easels facing the audience, the public, please? It's easier for them. There you go. Then I have them on the screen as well.
okay.
Perfect.
And the last one is number 58, will be 25 by 109.03 for a total of 2,734 square feet.
Mr. Roma,
Right
how
now,
many
on the,
units are being built?
are going to be built 3 two-families.
And how many bedrooms in each unit?
Each unit will have a total of 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, kitchen, dining and living room.
And is there a parking space for each unit?
There will be a garage on the first floor that will be big enough for 2 cars.
Thank you. Now, property is zoned for this use, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And would you just generally describe one of the buildings?
Okay. I didn't say, but the property is located in a Silver Lake residential district, and will comply with all the requirements for minimum lot area, lot width, lot depth, front yard, rear yard, side yards, building coverage, impervious coverage, high feet, high stories, open space, driveway.
And how will the garbage be handled, Mr. Roma?
The garbage will be in the back of the property and will be handled by the tenants or the owner of the place that will take the garbage to the front the day of garbage.
And is there room to do that?
Yes, we have in the back a place where we can have the garbage bags.
And do you have kind of a rendering of what the exterior is going to look like?
Yes.
Has that previously been provided, or should we mark it?
I think you have to mark that one.
Okay, so we're gonna mark A1 is going to be the architect's rendering.
Now, please describe the exterior of the proposed building.
Okay.
While he's doing that, Bob, can you arrange for a email version of that so that the board
Yes.
secretary and I...
Michael said it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Notice how I said Michael said it.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. We're going to have 2 facades. The 2 houses that are to the outside will have this look. I changed from the original drawings where I show vinyl siding on the sides of the property, on the 3 sides, by fiber cement siding, because vinyl siding is not permitted, and I changed that, and now we're going to have a fiber cement siding, different colors, and we will try to have each house with a different color of siding. What I did on the front is, before on the plans that you have, I didn't have brick. Now I create and I put a brick on the front facade. As you can see, you have 2 doors. The one to the left goes
to the third floor, the one to the right goes to the second floor. And what we have here that you can see on the rendering is bottom bottom panels, color white, that is 1 foot over the garage door. We also tried to comply with some comments from the zoning officer, and we create the garage doors, we put glass on the garage doors, and we changed also, one of the things that we did is, originally we didn't have all the sidewalk according to the Silver Lake requirements. Now we changed, and on the side plan, on the side plan, you will see that the front, where the sidewalk is located, will be with the design sidewalk that is by the scoring pattern that
Roma, do you comply with the Silver Lake?
yeah, the Silver Lake, sorry, the Silver Lake. The pattern is 4 feet by 2 feet, and you can see here on the front of the sidewalk that I'm going to comply with that.
So that'll be a new sidewalk then?
Yes, all new sidewalk on the 3 houses. The other thing that we incorporate is on the trees, the 3-feet guard that is suggested by the code.
What type of your sidewalk are you saying? Is it going to be the same brick as far as the driveway? At least that's what it looks like.
No,
Driveway.
no, this is, the sidewalk is in front of the property. That's the one that we're talking about, and with the 3 new trees that we're going to plant.
You're going to plant 3 new ones?
3, each house will have their own tree.
And the driveway, what's that going to be made of?
The driveway will be in between, and we're going to use a permeable concrete driveway. Permeable, because it has to be permeable, the water has to go through.
Right.
And then we'll have a sidewalk going to the back of the property where we have the garbage.
Mr. Roma, have you looked at Mr. Banda's letter of denial?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review points 2 through 7?
Yes.
And are you able to comply with that?
Yes, I think that we are going to be able to comply with all those. That's why I changed the facade and incorporate the brick on majority of the facade.
Is stormwater management required at this location?
Yes.
And what are you doing?
We put in a seepage pit.
And the refuse plan you've explained, you're going to have garbage pails in the rear, you got a location you said?
Yes, if we go to page 3, we're going to see that we're going to have a seepage pit that will be 8 feet diameter by 3 feet 6 inches deep. And each house will have their own tank to collect the water from the
But again, the garbage, you did say before how the garbage will be collected.
Yeah, the
Explain that
garbage,
again.
the garbage is in the back, and we'll have to get from one of the tenants or the owner and take it to the front.
So you're okay following all the criteria set forth in Mr. Banda's letter?
Yes.
Now,
Yeah, a decorative fence, we're going to use all around.
did you have an opportunity to review the letter from Tom Harris?
Yes,
And would you comment on that, please?
yes, I have a couple of things to fix. That's why I was thinking about flipping one of the houses, because one of the comment number 7, he asked if there is enough room to go through the size of the house and bring the garbage out. And we have 3 feet, 1 inch on each side, but at the front, we have the electric meters and the gas meters. And that takes at least another foot. Means that to go through, you have only 2 feet. And that's why I decided to change and get another solution for that. And even I did some renderings also today to show how it looks like. What I did is, the yellow is the fence that we're going to put. We go to the first house. The first house, we have 2 feet, no windows. Then is the house, 19 feet, 9 inches, 11 inches. Then we have 3 feet, 1 inch. The next house also have 2 feet, means that between this and this is 5 feet, 1 inch. That will be enough for this guy go through and get the garbage to the front. On the next house, I leave it the way that I designed it first, but the last house, I flip it. Then I will have another 2 feet on the right side and 3.1 feet on the left, plus 3.1 from the other house. We have now 6 feet 2 inches to go through, and we can have our electric meters and gas meters without problem.
Now, Mr. Roma, that has not been submitted, you did that?
I did it today.
All right, can we mark this into evidence as A2, I believe?
Yeah, but what am I calling this?
Revised site plan, I think.
Yeah, revised site plan.
Because of the...
Tom, are you okay with that revision to
Yes,
satisfy the
yes,
question?
I think if you look at some of the other projects that have been done here, we have them provide easements between the buildings, so they can get the garbage, whatever they want to get.
Just an access easement?
Yeah, access easement between the units.
Any objection to that?
No, if you want to leave it in the
Will be only,
Go ahead,
well, no,
Dan.
can be for
He's still going to need
Still
the
needs to do
easements.
Yeah.
So if you need an access easement, we have no problem
No,
with that.
Raj has done all that in his buildings, so.
Council.
There's no fences between the properties there, right?
No.
So there's no...
That's why I show here the
Yeah,
yellow.
where the fences are.
Where the fence will be located. And then they will have a space in the backyard.
Right.
There was another comment about the recreation area in the back. If we go to the recreation area, I have an idea, because I think that we see here the recreation. Then I will explain the whole house. But now, one of the comments is that they don't want any doors from the recreation area. And what I will do is, I think that the person that lives in this house and have the recreation area should be able to use the backyard. And what I think is, what about having a sliding door? That would be a 6 feet or 5 feet sliding door in the back, and the person that used the second floor that have access to the recreation area can go to the back through the sliding door, no a regular door. Because for that person to go to the backyard, to have to go all the way up and then down again and around, is crazy.
You have an opinion on that, Con?
Do I could live with the sliding door and get rid of the pass door.
Yeah, I agree
As
with
long as
that.
you just have a powder room, no shower or anything in the,
Yes, I have just a powder room, yeah.
just a sink and a toilet.
Yep.
Any other changes because of Mr. Harris's advice?
Yes, he didn't like the idea of only 36 feet garage. Think about if can be bigger. Yes, can be bigger. I can, because right now I have 18 feet for one car, 18 feet for the other car. I can go to 20 feet for each car. And then we will have a garage that will be 10.6 by 40, adding 4 feet more to the garage. And I think that that...
Adding 4 feet more to the depth of the garage. Depth of the garage.
Yes,
So they're tandem parking?
yes.
So on the original plan, it was 36 feet.
Yeah, I think-
36.
I think it's a good idea. You get access to where the water heaters are easier, you can move around the cars a lot easier
Okay.
inside the garage.
Okay, so if the board is okay with that, then that would be one of the changes that would make, put it in the resolution, just make it 40 feet deep.
40 feet deep for the...
Yeah.
And adding a sliding door in
Yeah,
the back.
sliding door in the back. I
And
wrote that down.
remove the door to the
Regular
side.
door, right, okay.
Anything else, Danielle?
Yeah, also, he mentioned to look at 59 Lake Street, where I saw that they are built four houses, and on my drawing shows a wood fence. But probably I will go with a decorative fence, composite material, something like this.
Composite, not vinyl.
Yeah,
Okay.
composite, no vinyl. Composite material all around, like I showed before. He talked about lighting with on the rendering. You can see the lighting in the front that we are providing. We're providing 2 lights, one on each side of the garage, another one between the 3rd and the 2nd floor, and then on the entrance we will have lighting also. One idea can be security cameras, because he talked about how we're going to protect the building. Maybe we can have a camera in the front and a camera in the back for each of the units. The landscaping, I'm planning to have 1 tree in front of each house, 1 tree in the back, and some shrubs in the front. And basically, this is... Oh, let me go and show you what we're doing. Okay, on page 7, I'm going to show a typical house. On the first floor, well, let's start with the 2nd floor, because the 2nd floor has the stairs going up. As soon as you go up with the stairs, halfway, you have 2 doors. one to the third floor, one to the second floor. You get in, you have 8 steps, and you are on the second floor apartment. The second floor apartment will have 2 full bedrooms, and the bedroom in the back, the master, will have a bathroom with 2 sinks, toilet and a tub, and a walk-in closet. The master bedroom will be 13 feet 3 inches by 14 feet. Then coming down, we have another bedroom. The second bedroom will be 9 feet 9 inches by 13 feet. Also, we have a walk-in closet. On the corridor, we're going to find the washer and dryer for the laundry room, and another full bathroom, 5 feet by 7.6. Then, coming forward, we have an L-shaped kitchen with a counter that can have 3 or 4 persons eating, and the dining and living room. The kitchen is a 9.8 by 12, dining 10.6 by 10.3, and living 10.6 by 10.4. The building is 19 feet 11 inches by 68 feet, for a total of 1,310 square feet. If we go to the third floor, the third floor is a little bigger because we don't have the stairs. We just have the stairs coming to the third floor. Also, a full master, another bedroom, same size that I just said. The only thing here is we are adding more space to the living and dining area. The total square feet of the third floor is 1,130 square feet.
And is the layout the same in all 3 buildings?
Yes,
So what you just described is for all 3 buildings?
that's correct. Yeah, the 3 buildings, 2 families will be the same.
I really think I have no further questions for my witness. I think he's finished at this point. Particularly he's commented on Mr. Band's letter and Mr. Harris's letter. We've made a number of adjustments in accordance with both those letters.
Are there any other questions of this witness? Mr. Van
I have one, just out of curiosity. What's the actual building coverage?
Building coverage.
Future reference, thanks.
Building coverage, no applicable.
No, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay, but I can try to figure out. Let me get,
More or less than 50%?
huh?
20 by 60.
I only asked because we changed it recently. It
Oh,
doesn't
isn't
affect
it?
this application.
Because
50%.
Huh?
It's around 50%.
It's around 50? We changed it to 45, going forward, not this application.
Oh,
Just curious.
I will give you that information when
Final
I
application,
revise.
yeah, that's fine. Just curiosity, just curious.
Okay, thank you. Now it's 45%?
Going forward, it will be 45%.
Not for this one.
Not
for this.
Change.
Okay,
Yeah,
just to know.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Could you give me the size of the master bedroom, walk-in closet?
The walk-in closet is 5 feet by 8 feet, and the master bedroom is 13.3 by 14. And the master bathroom is 5 feet by 10 feet 6 inches.
Thank you. Any other questions? I close this portion and I'll open it up to the public. Do you have any questions? Oh, sorry, Mr. Benny?
The composite fence in the back, how high is that gonna be? Do you know?
5 feet.
Can we request a 6 foot?
We prefer 6.
Yes. 6 foot in between the, like if,
The rear yard, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you're separating properties, yeah.
here is the fence, the yellow.
Yes.
What you want? You want from here, all these 6 feet, and this also 6 feet?
You don't want anything towards the front, you can only have 6
Right.
feet.
I would say
Back of the
5 on,
building.
you can do 5 for the sides of the house, and then in the rear yard, you do 6. I mean, the neighbors are gonna want their privacy, that's all, so the maximum.
I need
you
the
give
5 to
neighbors.
stay on the side
Yeah,
fence.
we can do that, just in the rear 6.
Yeah, definitely.
6 on the rear, on the sides, 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
The rear yard, yeah, whatever that is, we wanna make sure that the neighbors have the maximum privacy we can offer them.
Well, but when I finish
From
the
there to
house, from here, I do all 6.
Deal.
And
Everybody
then
good with
from
that?
here to the front, 5. Okay. All right, open up to the public. Do you have any questions for this witness? Mr. Sheldon?
I realize it's getting very late, so I'm quick with this.
Thank you.
Michael Sheldon, 47 Florence Street. Firstly, do all 3 of those buildings have recreation space in the back?
Yes.
Same amount of space?
Exactly the same.
Okay, just wanted to make sure about that. You answered my question about the space between the buildings, it's 5 feet between the first and second, and the second and third, a little over 5 feet.
Yeah, the new revised drawings will be 5 feet 1 inch and 6 feet 2 inches.
Okay, correct. And those will have permanent easements, so that the owners down the road will never be able to put fences in between those houses.
We just talked about, that's up to the board.
That's correct.
but just
No
wanna
fence.
be considering that.
All right. You indicated at the start of the testimony that each residential unit is 2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms.
2 bathrooms.
2 bedrooms. Mr. Banda kind of brought up, he asked a question about the coverage. Wanted to know if this building, which kind of is grandfathered in, because the zoning.
The application
Right.
came first.
But I just wanted to know, is the 2-bedroom situation a consequence of the new zoning?
That, well, they did us a sub, they came in originally with 3
Okay.
bedrooms on each
All right.
floor, and I told them the board really would appreciate, and they kind of, they decided to make changes, and they
Yeah,
shrank.
originally
Going
we start
forward,
with 3 bedrooms.
Okay, that's why
We moved.
I assumed it would be 3 at this point because you got in before the recent tweaks to the zoning for Silver Lake.
but going forward, it will become a requirement that they cannot have more than 4 bedrooms in the house.
Right.
And before, we didn't have a building coverage, it was 80% lot coverage, so that was not good, so we put it down to 45%, so it shrank it a lot.
Okay, thank you. And I acknowledge, I appreciate the fact that your laundry list of items you've been accumulating for the last couple of years, finally, you got approved by the council. With the floor plans, since this is my first look at them, there are no libraries or dens or studies these are just all straight, simple bedrooms and then common living space, which is a combination of dining room, kitchen, and living room, right? Last question I had is just a parking situation. I assume that the current building, current lot, that's just a single curb cut, because it's I think there's one family there. So with this new project, if it gets approved, you'll need three curb cuts.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, how much on-street parking may be lost in the process? I assume that there's a lot there right now because the frontage of the property is 75 feet with one single curb cut. Now you're going to have three curb cuts, whatever, 12 feet in width is the minimum.
See if you can figure it out.
10.
Yeah, it's
10.
It's 10.
10's the maximum.
It's not going to be able to have any cars in front.
They won't be, there's no way to have.
No in between the driveways.
Okay, that's too bad. It's too bad that you're going to lose all of that. Extra spot, because you need the aprons, the proper radius to turn. So at any club, again, you're getting the 2 parking spots per building, but you're losing obviously a lot of on-street parking. So, all right.
Actually.
They need smart cars.
Smart car, well, we play jetpack.
It's 11 feet. Average
All
car
right.
is 16 feet.
That's,
It's a little,
All right,
That's it.
one at a time, please. Any other?
no, that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments for this witness? Mr. Grant?
Look at the space between the garage door and the sidewalk.
And the garage door, well, this will be an easement. And as I said, all this area can be used by both. And this area also can be used by both. Means that in between the houses will be 5 feet, 1 inch.
He's asking from the garage door to the sidewalk.
From here to the
Oh,
sidewalk,
the front, 10 feet,
10 feet.
10 feet from there.
Enough for a car.
That's not to the curb.
Not to the curb. No, the curb is another 12 feet.
What I'm seeing is we got two different tenants, they're gonna be a little pissed off who's gonna be parking in first and coming in second, and they're gonna be parking outside there. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, having none, I'm going to close this portion.
No further witnesses, again, a brief summation, whenever.
Let's have the public speak first and then.
Yeah.
Anyone from the public want to come up, be sworn and testify?
Close the public portion? No. Sorry. Yeah, do that later.
Everything for me?
No, it's okay.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Any other comments from the audience? No summary? Okay, Mr. Gassion?
Final, are these final comments?
Yes,
Yes.
final comments.
Yeah, I guess one.
Okay, Mr. Frantantoni?
Let me swear you in. You swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please give us your name and address.
Vincent Frantantoni, 129 Mount Prospect Avenue, Belleville, New Jersey. Okay? Once again, I didn't question any witness here, but I have to again bring the personal thing here. My grandfather came from Italy in 1903, both my grandparents, and he lived in something similar to that in Newark, which they call tenement houses. He broke his back, he saved his money, and he went to another beautiful town to get more land, because he couldn't stand looking at his neighbor 3 feet away in the house. This town was called Belleville, and his 9 lots that he bought were 352 Franklin Avenue, 1922. The Chandelier Restaurant, he built the house next door, 5 lots and 4 lots on the other street. Beautiful country. He must be rolling his grave now to see what you, the planning board, and the council have done to this town. This is absolute chaos. We know that garage isn't going to be used for cars. You got 2 on Heckle Street you allowed to be built with 3 feet behind there. I took a friend of mine, the day they were siding the house, the poor guys had the pump jacks, and I'm a carpenter, and they're trying to nail the siding on like this. This is what you folk, the council and the planning board, you destroyed our zoning ordinance, and this is the kind of garbage we got. So we're back to Belleville tenements. Nobody is going to use that garage for cars. It's going to be lawnmowers, it's going to be play equipment, it's going to be the camping stuff and all that. And again, no offense to Mr. Gassion, it's not his fault. He's followed the laws that you people passed to create this junk. Is the only thing I can say. And it's again, if any of you have a conscience, revise the zoning ordinance again, because you can't say, oh, this was already approved. Yeah, you guys approved it, and anybody that's on new is the prior ones. All right, so I'm not criticizing them. But this has got to stop. This has got to stop. And it's not only Belleville, now it's all over. I got an activist I know from Jackson Township. He just got elected to council. In Jackson, they're complaining about overdevelopment. It was a country town, and now they're building big 6-story, and they're outraged down there. The state is being killed by planning board members and council members who only cater to developers. This stuff has got to stop. It's an embarrassment.
The only thing I want to say to that is that this board does not write the zoning code.
Right.
We only interpret the zoning code based on the applications that come before us, and in this case, it is a fully compliant application, so it's not like they're seeking any variances for us to give.
Are there any other comments before I close? All right, I'm going to close. Mr. Gassion, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, it shouldn't be a night I would defend Brian Banda for anything. However, I got to defend him. He just told me there's changes being made. And in fact, we didn't fully do what we could have done under the law. The law now has been changed. So,
You even left Belleville.
I left Belleville. Believe me, that was a vote by my
But you want an open space.
He didn't leave, he ran.
I didn't.
All right, please.
I didn't run, I didn't want to leave. My partners didn't want to move to a more modern office building. I have to admit,
No, I'm talking
I did
your
not.
house.
Please, can I have one
That was
person
50
speak
years
at a
ago.
time? Mr. Gassion, please.
The subdivision application to allow property to be subdivided into 3 compliant lots and to build 3 two-family as permitted in the SLR zone. Now, in addition, not that it's a big deal, but the size of the property actually is an average of 250 square feet, more than permitted. Now, everything complies. As the zoning officer said, the plans comply with all zoning standards of the district. Now, we've agreed to do a number of things. Flip the house based on Dan's plan. I think it's been submitted, or if not, we will submit it by modern procedure to everybody. So to allow for garbage disposal being moved up and down. We will add the easement agreement. We will add the landscaping that Dan talked about. We'll put sliding doors in the rear. We will take the depth of the garage from 36 to 40 feet. And we will have a 5-foot fence on the side yards and a 6-foot fence in the rear. I believe those are the things we agreed to. I'm sure council will be more
Those are what I have.
detailed, but that's what I have. So we comply, and we're willing to comply with everything requested by Tom and by Mr. Banda. So I thank the board for your time and attention on this matter.
Okay, thank you.
So,
All right,
can we go over the list? I have a list here just to make sure. It's the rear yard, surround the entire rear yard. 6-foot privacy composite fence, right? You have that. I think we should make it match the rendering. I think it looks really beautiful in the rendering. I think that should be, everybody's okay with that. Must meet the Silver Lake streetscaping, which is basically in the rendering, and Mr. Herbst will take care of that. Removing the side door of the recreation area. Add a sliding rear door. I think, Mr. Hertz, you asked for the garage to be 40 feet deep.
Yes.
And the easement. Is there anything that I missed?
Security cameras?
yeah, the security cameras, what type are we going to allow? I mean, bring is,
He's going to put one in the front and one in the back of each unit, of each building.
it's not gonna be the ring.
I don't know if we can dictate that, but I'd say at any entrance, maybe.
I didn't hear what we said last week.
The security cameras they're talking about.
Yes, we agreed to that.
And I said,
My
I
mistake.
think particularly like the ring, because they could just not pay the membership and there goes the cameras.
So, that we see that, yeah, I mean, you can't pick the brand.
Yeah.
Working security cameras in the front and back. Okay. That's what the conditions I have.
Okay.
So can I get a motion with those conditions?
Motion.
Second.
Roll call.
Banda,
Yes.
Banana,
Yes.
Walner,
No.
Lyons,
Yes.
Izzy,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
and Navarado.
Yes.
Okay, application's approved.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
and attention.
We had to give you a win. 1-1.
I didn't
Thank
see
you,
you.
everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Do you want me to give you the?
Patty, the one they gotta.
I'd like you to email her.
Blank, you gotta know both. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's May 1.
Email the version
Okay.
to Bob, and he'll send it to
Email.
you.
All right.
The house,
You gotta send it to Mike. Send it to Mike.
the house is next to the chandelier. Is that built? There's only on one side, the other side nothing, so. The houses are 50 by 100 lot, 4 family houses. They're tenements, and they're 4 units on 50 wide. These are 4 units on 50 wide.
Those are big houses.
They're 4 units, yeah. So it's the same thing, but his father's was good. This was bad.
Of course, and we make the laws. We make the laws.
They're the only ones.
So we follow the laws.
Continental, exactly.
They're not there.
I'm saying they do.
And then we read it. Unless it's a close session.
Seeing you. You did a great job for me down.
Okay, one more to go.
Right, is that what we were together? You. They loved you.
Come on, Robert, it's time to run out of Belleville.
Oh, yeah, I know.
One more to go. All right, our next application, PB 2517, Resolution 232, 2025. Are you ready?
Yes. It's always difficult, Paul.
Wait 1 second. You want on the record that PB 2520 is,
Yeah, we'll do
Do
that.
we have a date that that's being moved to?
next month.
Do you know the date for January?
January.
You know, you gotta start using the microphone. It's getting, nobody's using microphones, you know, it's getting very difficult to hear everybody.
You know, I know you can't see this, but this thing seems to go on and off on its own.
I
Oh, you turned it off?
Yeah.
It doesn't go on and off on its own.
There
You
we
keep
go.
turning it off.
And I hate to call the ADA on you guys.
Oh, yeah, you've been loved down.
So,
Hold that on till-
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll try to speak.
You could yell, go
I'll
ahead.
try to speak loudly. For the record, my name is Dean Donatelli. I'm the redevelopment attorney for the township. And as the chairwoman said, this matter comes before this board by a referral from the council directing the planning board to do a non-condemnation area need redevelopment study of the property 133 Passaic Avenue. I spoke with Mr. Marinello, and I'm just going to remind the board tonight, or guide you, the role of the board is to hear the testimony of the witness I'm going to introduce, who's testified here before, and obviously it's public hearing, so to hear the input from the public, comments from the public, and determine whether the property that you'll hear about satisfies the criteria in the local redevelopment housing law as an area in need of redevelopment. At the end of your considerations, we'll see if that criteria has been met, and the board would then make a recommendation to the governing body as to that conclusion, and have a vote on that, and ask Mr. Marinello to prepare a resolution to be adopted at the next meeting. And if there's no questions for me, I'll introduce Alex McLean. He is a professional planner. He is the township's planner.
On behalf of the...
Mr. Alex Doherty is also the town's planner. He prepared the planning report. Mr. Doherty had a conflict tonight, so Mr. McLean is covering for him. I think he probably should be qualified, Mr. Marinello, and sworn in as you would any other.
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you'll give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please give us your name and business address for the record.
It's Alexander McLean, last name MCCLEAN, and I live at 137 Nickel Street. It's also do some work, but yeah. Yeah, so it's a Silver Lake resident. Yeah.
You want to just take us through your qualifications? I know Mr. McLean, so I know his qualifications.
I'll ask Mr. McLean to present his
Yeah.
qualifications. He has, as I mentioned earlier, he's testified before this board before, but he can certainly present himself and his qualifications.
I hold a Master's in City and Regional Planning from Rutgers University. I'm a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, licensed by the State Board of Professional Planners. I testify before boards throughout the state, including this board.
accepted.
And, yeah, and I'm also the principal planner for the city of East Orange, so, yeah. Okay. So,
Mr. McLean, could you please tell the board your review of the report that was prepared?
Yeah.
And your conclusions relative to the property's condition?
Sure. And I'll try to keep it brief. I know it's about 10 o'clock already now. Yeah, so I'll try to get this as quickly as possible. So, yes, as Mr. Donatelli indicated, yes, we're here for a non-condemnation study. So there's no consideration here of eminent domain as a possibility here with respect to designating these sites. So we're looking at it's a complex of 6 sites on block 4406.
Does that microphone work? Can you use the microphone right there?
Sorry. Yes, so it's a complex of 6 sites, and on block 4406, lots 9, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52. So I'm just going to kind of get to this as soon as possible, so I'm going to quickly go over the local redevelopment and housing law and the resolution that authorized this study, the statutory criteria for designation, the maps, should this be S there, sorry, assessment of the study area sites, and just wrapping it up with the conclusions and the summary of the findings. So as Mr. Donatelli indicated, yes, so the local redevelopment housing law it empowers municipalities to determine whether or not an area, a site or properties qualifies as an area needed redevelopment. And pursuant to section 48, 12A, section 48:12A-6 of the municipal land use law, of the local redevelopment housing law, the town council passed resolution 232-2025 on September 23rd, 2025 to direct this study. So there are 8 criteria to designate sites as an area in need. The first is the criteria A, for substandard buildings, which is pretty self-explanatory, but it speaks to buildings that are substandard, unsafe, unsanitary, dilapidated or obsolescent, or not possessing any such characteristics. And then we have abandoned properties. So looking at continuance, discontinuance of the use of a building or buildings previously used for commercial, retail, shopping malls, plazas, office parks, manufacturing, or industrial purposes. Vacant land, this could be land owned by a municipality or the county, a local housing authority, or redevelopment entity. It's any unimproved vacant land that's been remained in that period, for that condition for a period of at least 10 years prior to the adoption of a resolution directing the study. Then we also have criteria D for obsolescence or faulty design. This is going to be one of the, this is a point that's going to come up later. These are for areas of buildings or unimproved or improvements which, by reason of their dilapidation or obsolescence, overcrowding, faulty arrangement or design, or lack of ventilation, light or sanitary facilities, among other conditions here, which would result in a detrimental, would result in a detriment to the safety, health, morals, or welfare of the community. And just to wrap up here, these, so we have just 4 more: underutilization, which is pretty self-evident. The lack of use of proper use of the properties, fire, other damage, urban enterprise zone, which I don't believe Belleville is. I know East Orange is. That's I'm using that a lot. And smart growth. So we're going to get into that too. So like efficiency of land use. And develop in a balancing of local economic development with, minimizing impacts to the natural environment. So I include two maps here, just to make things really simple, so.
Mr. McLean, I just wanted to add one, maybe you could explain to the board this concept of section 3 in the local redevelopment housing law?
Yes, so the study highlights, this section 3, which is the blighted areas clause of the local redevelopment housing law. And I can quickly go over it, but it just empowers municipalities to undertake clearance, replanning, redevelopment, or redevelopment of blighted areas as a valid public purpose, and as a valid public purpose and public use. And it goes on to say in the study, it quotes the language in the local redevelopment housing law, speaking to, the clearance, replanning, redevelopment of blighted areas shall be public purpose and public use for which private property may be taken or acquired. It goes on to discuss, some of the benefits here.
Yeah, I think in addition, one of the important points about that section is that if a property in and of itself does not meet the criteria in the local redevelopment housing law as being determined
In section 5, right?
A blighted property,
Right.
then the board can deem that meeting the criteria because it's necessary for the overall redevelopment. I think that's going to come up. Later in this
Yep. All right, so we'll touch upon that in a little bit. So like I mentioned, so there's 6 properties here in question that were studied, and they're all located in the township's RB zone. And just for the edification of the board, I'm just trying Mr. Bannon is very familiar with this. So the principal uses for this zone include single-family, 2-family, 3-family homes, duplexes, and schools. All right. And then, as you see, so the properties are located in the between Moore Place and Passaic Avenue. This is directly north of Belleville High School. So just to give you some more context, we're also not that far east of Franklin Avenue. But we're, it's on the opposite side of where I live, basically. So, but I am familiar with the area. And there's that, I actually have a cousin who's not too far, but as you can see, the properties are right near, as you can see, the power lines run right along near the property to the north. So you got some PSE&G, some utility infrastructure there. And the high school is on the opposite side of Graylock Parkway.
I think that one point about that easement is that there's been, Mr. Bandy can kind of give you some color on that, there's been kind of violations for outdoor storage and non-permitted outdoor storage, which is also a concern in terms of the quality of that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as you can see from the aerial here, it's and I'm going to show you some street view images that were included in the study. It's a mix. You got like 4 residential properties, and then there's 2 commercial, 1 commercial, 1 vacant lot, and so it's a hodgepodge of different uses here, especially when you're considering the permitted uses here. This is low density. Residential area, and it's right near the high school. So it's kind of I'll get into this in a little bit, but it's considering, and you see to the north is some industrial. You've got the parking garages there. So it's unusual for this for this neighborhood that's very residential and low density. So I'm just going to get to the sites here. So we'll start off with lot 9, 36 Moore Place, and then also lot 48. And I'm doing this way because the study kind of groups them
by criteria. So, if you look here, so yeah, so more, 36 Moore Place, that's the top image there. It's a vacant lot, and the study characterizes it as a narrow, undersized parcel constrained by both adjacent developments and electrical easement. So you have the power lines to the north of this lot. And so it's with a minimum of, with a width of approximately 22 feet below the 35-foot minimum required in the RB zone. It can be developed independently, however, its inclusion provides, improves access and design flexibility, and in particular by providing potential secondary access or utility corridor for Moore Place, from Moore Place. In the image to the bottom is lot 48. This is 153 Passaic Avenue. Again, the study finds that it's an essential street frontage and access to the interior parcels. These are all interior lots, and without its inclusion, the redevelopment area would be irregularly shaped, limiting proper design and circulation. It goes on to note that these properties do not independently display the statutory characteristics for blight, but it would qualify for inclusion under Section 3, which Mr. Donatelli just went over. And this section allows for properties that may not meet the criteria under Section 5 of the local redevelopment and housing law, which includes to be included when necessary for the effective and coordinated redevelopment of an area. And so as far as the findings here, so with the study establishes that, it finds that these two properties would fall under criteria H, since the inclusion of these parcels advances smart growth principles by allowing the efficient land use and rational parcel consolidation and redevelopment of the components the surrounding resident. And it complements the surrounding, that would complement the surrounding residential character, as I described earlier with the aerial. So next we're going to look at the other 4 lots here. So lot 49, which you see is a flag lot, lot 50, lot 51, and lot 52. All right, so these are all, with the exception of one of these lots, and also I just want to just point out here that this, lot 48, 150 Passaic Avenue, this is a 2-family home. So I just want to just note that. Some notes here about that property, since it's not, it's a 2-family home, a 2-story 2-family home built in 1950. All right, so, and then we just fast forward here. Yeah, so you have on 151 Passaic Avenue, this is lot 49. It's a 2-family home built 1951. This is the flag lot. Yeah, and this is the image from the study. So I wanted to kind of, say as true to the study as possible. But it's a 2-story family home. But I just wanted to make sure you guys were clear about that. 149 Passaic Avenue is a 2-story 2-family home as well. This was built in 1917. Then you have 143 Passaic Avenue. This is lot 51. This is a 2-story 2-family home built in 1917. And then you have a lot 52, which is the one closest, it's the largest lot in this study area. It's a 1-story commercial building.
God bless you.
Thank you, Michael. God bless you. It's operated by a landscaping company called Landscape Supply. This building was built in 1957. So here, so this entire site here, study notes that lots 49 and 50 through 52 contain long-standing landscape supply yards, and they operate as a pre-existing non-conforming use, particularly with lot 52. So that's something that is of concern in the RB residential district. The site's industrial activity, material storage, heavy vehicle circulation, open stockpile, stockpiles generate dust, noise, visual blight that adversely affect an adjacent homes and surrounding neighborhood. And operations lack adequate screening and site organization. And the use is expressly prohibited in the residential district under section 23-7.5 of the township's municipal code. So with respect to the criteria, the study finds that these properties fall under criteria D, since the absence of any formal circulation patterns, dedicated parking, storm water management infrastructure further demonstrates faulty arrangement and design. Conditions on site create conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians, uncontrolled drainage, and environmental nuisances inconsistent with public health, safety, and welfare. Study goes on to also establish that finds that these properties also fall under criteria H as the first two that were noted. So since the redevelopment of these lots presents an opportunity to replace an outdated, incompatible use with the one that supports smart growth and neighborhood reinvestment. The site's proximity to existing infrastructure, schools, residential amenities aligns with state and municipal objectives for compact mixed use and context-sensitive development. Redevelopment here would eliminate non-conforming industrial activity, reduce impervious coverage, and reestablish compatible land use patterns along Passaic Avenue. All right, so this is just a breakdown summary of all the properties in the study and the criteria that the findings note. So yeah, you got 4 of them for the first two, just criteria H for smart growth, and you have the last 4 here, also for smart growth and for obsolescence and faulty design. And that's pretty much the end.
And I just want one thing I'll add is with respect to lots 9 and lot 48, the concept of section 3 comes in, even though it satisfies the criteria H for smart growth, it also satisfies the criteria of it's necessary for the furtherance and redevelopment of the surrounding parcel. So that's our presentation. I don't really have to add. I think that chart kind of sums it up if the board's looking for the satisfaction of the criteria within the local redevelopment housing law, and hear from the public on any comments.
Right, so just before we go to the public, I want to make sure, because we have a couple of newer members on the board here, just so you understand, our role is to review this plan that's been proposed by the
study.
The planner, which was Mr. Doherty, who was not here tonight, but then provided testimony to us from Mr. McLean. And if we agree that the area, based on the study, meets the requirements under the statute, which he just took us through for each of the properties and why they're included in the study in the first place, then we would be passing a resolution
recommending to the
mayor council that this be designated an area in need of redevelopment. And then Mr. Donatelli and I, as we've done on other versions of this same type of application, will work together to make sure that the right paperwork is provided to the mayor and council. So you'd also, as part of that vote, if you eventually vote in favor of this, then you'll also be authorizing me to prepare both the resolution, but also what will probably end up also being some kind of correspondence to the mayor and council. Right, Dean?
Correct.
Just acknowledging that we had a hearing, there was testimony taken at the hearing, and that as a result of the hearing, the board agrees it should be declared an area in need. So I'd write some kind of a letter like that to the council, there are now several steps that will take place after this. So if you decide it's an area in need of redevelopment, then the council has to take certain steps, including eventually creating a redevelopment plan, which would come back to us at that point for us to review and decide whether or not we're in favor of the redevelopment plan. Okay, so this is not the last we'll hear of this. It's just really the first step in a procedure to eventually we get to the point where redevelopment occurs at this site. Okay? So, you agree, Dean? Correct. Okay. So, now you can open to the public.
Board first.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, does any board member have any questions of these witnesses?
I just want more to know what we can do with the lot in general. Listen, I understand it is a construction yard, right? And the current owner is great. He keeps it very clean, the building's clean, everything's presentable. From my understanding, he's moving towards retirement. I don't know where that's gonna go after this. It is definitely a use that is not permitted in the area, and shouldn't be permitted in the area. If he leaves, it's a pre-existing construction yard, non-conforming construction yard that allows storage of outdoor materials. I don't know what that turns into going forward. That's my concern about this whole thing.
Anybody else?
My other concern is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separate lots. 4 houses,
6.
and I'm counting 6 is with the landscaping. I'm not counting the landscaping.
Okay, yeah, without the commercial.
Right, I'm not counting lot 52.
Commercial building, sorry.
Right, but I'm counting the 1, 2, 3, 4 two-family homes that are currently there. They're perfectly fine. And you have a lot number 9 that's empty, which is fine, but it's perfectly well kept, and it's at least some type of green area.
Microphone, please.
And then we go back to the landscaping area, and then we go down the street of the Passaic, and then we have the towing area. Then we have across the street, the parking lot. Then we go more down, then we have the empty lot on the left-hand side. So, I mean, if you're gonna do in need of, redevelopment, then I would think it would be best to do it from the landscaping moving over, not from the landscaping, and get rid of those houses that are existing here.
I just want to,
The houses are being used, they're not
wanna put the
falling
whole thing in?
apart. They're
They
not
didn't
falling
study the whole
apart. They're not falling apart. I mean, this is just, that's my opinion. Those 5 lots there, to me, they're perfectly fine. We've done this before on buildings that have been abandoned, on lands that have been empty for years. And yes, we've done it, and we've had these buildings built, but make it make sense.
I just want to bring the board's attention to the driveway in the back. It runs in the rear of all those residential lots. So just to provide additional context, which just speaks to Mr. Gannon's point about how the nonconformity, the nonconformity spreads throughout the rest of the,
Listen, I agree with Larry, though. I agree that most of the block is non-conforming. It's not, the auto repair yard's been there forever. They obviously can stay because they've been there, but it's not the greatest look for that neighborhood either. So I agree with you on that. The empty lot, I don't know why that's empty. Why, I don't know.
So I could just add a little color to Ms. Palmer's very thoughtful point on. And so we try when we do these kind of things, and as a proponent of the redevelopment, we ask, like, what kind of property control is there, so you're not taking someone out of a home that's used, as you said, Jackie, as for single family. One lot you mentioned, vacant lot, is undersized. So in that exercise, the proponent of this redevelopment who came to the redevelopment committee, sorry, Mr. Frantantoni, who, I'll stay So there was exploration as to whether other properties in different directions can be acquired or be gained control of so that they could become part of this overall redevelopment, because larger, consistent development is the right way to go. So that was attempted here. So in terms of, I acknowledge your point about those homes that are, homes being used, or two-family and single-family, and a vacant lot. There are some challenges with those and existing nonconformities, but an attempt was made to kind of find other lots which kind of, together with the ones that we've identified, including the nursery supply, could be redeveloped. I'm not sure whether that answers your question, Jackie, but I know where you're going. This property that you feel in its current status can be left as it is.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
So that's what makes it basically a non-condemnation area in need, because you didn't want to go through the process of trying to take those other properties, right?
Yeah, yeah. So, no.
These are already under the control of somebody.
Yeah, so exactly. So a condemnation redevelopment is always it creates a tension between the property owner and the town, any town. We look for growth, and we try to put the right type of uses in the right areas, and we look for properties that are either underutilized or there's a mix of different uses that don't necessarily aren't consistent uses. So that's the idea. And we, Mr. Mayor, we try to avoid, many towns try to avoid condemnation. They prefer that the private proponent of the redevelopment go out and gain control of those properties, for redevelopment.
Are there any other questions? No? All right, I'm going to close this portion. I'm going to open it up to this portion. Ms.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, Tracy Quick, 71 Melrex Street, MELWEX.
You related? You never
meet another
quick.
I'm
Stop.
More cousins. Another cousin. So I've never been to one of these, so I don't speak your language, but I live in that neighborhood, and I'm surprised that I wasn't in your pictures, because I walk past there all the time. And yes, I know there's a little bit of dirt and dust, because there's a towing company, but it's still a clean neighborhood besides the dirt. It's still a very busy neighborhood. Less than 1/10 of a mile away is the high school. The traffic there is insane in the morning, because you go another block, and then there's the grammar school, number 7. 3 blocks east up the hill is number 5. I don't know if you did that as part of the study. I don't know what area in need of redevelopment, but bike lanes were just declined a year ago. That's more development that the children need. I don't know if you guys look at the high school, but there's like 100 bikes every day there. I run at that track, there's 100 bikes every day there. But they decline bike lanes, but we're looking to take perfectly normal, like you said, houses, homes that look fine. They don't look like garbage, they're not dilapidated. It concerns me that you can just pick and choose. Like this gentleman said, they did look for certain areas. I don't know what you guys look for. Again, this isn't what I do for a living. Are you looking for people who don't pay their taxes or whatever? You could just go, you know what, get out of this house, because I want to put a big building here that looks like garbage. I know I speak for most of Belleville when I say enough of these large buildings. We couldn't even give a business the chance to open up in one of these mixed-use buildings. We don't need them. A couple hundred years ago in this country, there was a law called Right to Light, which they still have in the UK, where some of my family's from. And that means that if you open your window and you see direct sunlight at any time during the day, you should always see that. So no one could build anything next to it. So if you take all this land and put up this monstrosity, even like the ones that other guy was doing, those are ugly, with the garage and then stuff. That's not Belleville, like Mr. Frantantoni was saying, my opinion. But if you open up your window and you don't see sunlight anymore, do you even want to live there? So I don't want to live next to these big, huge houses. That's why I bought my house 20-something years ago on a beautiful dead end. But what does that mean? Around the block from me, you guys could someone could come in and say, oh, I'm gonna rip these out because I could call this blight because this house is from 1917. To me, it's not an area in need of redevelopment. Landscape supply has been there forever. I know they're wholesale now, but the bushes in front of my house came from that place. I remember the guy's dog. I don't know if anyone lives in that neighborhood, but he had a beautiful dog. You know what I'm talking about? The Juno, right? Juna used to come around there. Like, there's some businesses people don't mind living around, and that's one. It's just concerning that no one's looking at the traffic. So if you guys say, yes, this is an area in need of redevelopment, and then, I don't know how long the process, 5 years from now, everything gets ripped out and new stuff gets built, these big, huge buildings with the high school down the block, with kids on their bikes, but we couldn't give them a bike lane, but we could put in these big buildings in my neighborhood. I'm only a few blocks away, but I have many neighbors here that are going to speak as well, that live closer. I just don't think it should be referred to as an area in need of redevelopment. I think, if anything, we should go for the bike lanes. Maybe we should maintain the Lenape Trail, encourage that, instead of more large buildings. And I'm learning a lot from you guys tonight, so it's fun. But I wish I was home to tuck my kid in, but I'm here instead, because I love my neighborhood.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get some down. Who else?
How you doing, everybody? Frank Mirando, 51 Mitchell Street.
Mr. Miranda, before you testify, I'm gonna have everybody swear in from here on, because I know it's just comments, but it's technically testimony. So please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony that you'll give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, now give us your name again so we have it for the record.
Frank Mirando, 51 Mitchell Street.
And can you spell it, please?
Marando.
Thank you.
My wife and I bought our first house over there in 2006. Knew Mr. and Mrs. Nicoletti, who have since passed, but I know the family. I know the owner of the landscaping place, everything like that. I get it. The neighborhood's getting old. My houses are getting old over there too. I also own 47 and 49. I understand you want to redevelop. You want to make the neighborhood look nicer. Landscape supply's never been a problem. It's just, I don't want to, same as Tracy said, I don't want to see this big giant thing. I see what they're building in Nutley now, this off where the pool used to be.
Down the block.
And all these people, like, I can walk up the street, I can see if there's a storm coming, I can see the sunset, I can see these things. If you know, I know we're way down the line from it, but something gets built there, that whole view is gone. We're already, we got the towers, I hear weird things coming out of the towers at night, all the wildlife that comes out of there and everything else. But like, we don't need more over there. Like, if you want to develop it, fine, but single-family homes, two-family homes, maybe put a new road in there or something, like, if it warrants, if you could talk to the people around it, that would be amenable to, you know, redevelop in the area, but you can't have anything, like these large monstrosities that aren't full and aren't gonna be full with, you know, we can't keep retail shops in Nutley and Belleville. I work for a school system in Nutley. Like, I just see the way it's going. I want society to progress, but I don't, you know, we don't need to build for millions of people to come to Belleville. You know, some rateable properties would be great, because, again, we're gonna get into taxes and everything like that. My taxes go up $500 a year. I have 3 houses, much like the gentleman that was here before that wants to redevelop, 75 feet by 125 deep, and I think the grand total, I'm close to $30,000 a year in taxes. Okay, if you guys are gonna let people build in this town, make them pay taxes. I understand the pilot programs, whatever, but Jesus Christ, like, the money doesn't go to the school. The schools are turned into dumps. Our test grades, like, the whole town's an area of in need of redevelopment. And to start with perfectly good housing that's there, again, a little dated, but the people there aren't running out, you know, washing their laundry in the backyard. So, I just want to keep level heads about this before we start evicting people that don't need to be evicted to build another giant monstrosity. Sorry. I know I ramble a little bit, but
That's all right.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Chanel, I think, Mr. Mike.
Sure.
I think this gentleman.
Go ahead,
What do you want?
I can want to get up?
No? Oh, I thought you raised your hand. Go ahead, Mike.
Good
raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please give us your name and address for the record.
Michael Sheldon, and still at 47 Floyd Street. I want to start off, thank you for your presentation. I would love to have a copy of it. Without having to file an open request, could I ask you to send me a copy of it without having to go through?
I think you have to at least go through Mr. Donatelli.
And it's all based on the study that's been shared
I'll
with
give you my,
Yeah.
okay. I was going to tell Mr. McLean, if he wanted to, he could refer to me as Hans Gruber and tell me,
Maybe you can come over and hang out with you and Bob later.
Right. I hope you still actually take me up on the offer. I actually made some really nice shrimp scampi last night.
I'm starving over here.
Probably enough for everyone. I want to follow up on a question Ms. Guaman asked a few moments ago, her concern about what happens to the existing two-family homes in the other lots. As usual, surprise, surprise, I did my cursory research. Turns out, at least according to the records I saw, that all of those two-family homes are under the ownership of this one common LLC. It's 133 Passaic Avenue. So, this argument that we're using ANOR for non-condemnation, well, is this just really a pretense? Because the one person, one entity owns all those properties. So there are obviously then there are lease agreements which can be terminated, and you effectively achieve the same thing. You force people out without having to do condemnation. So I just wanted you to all be aware of the fact that these are not individually, privately owned homes. There's one LLC apparently, again, according to what I was able to find online. It's 133 Passaic Avenue LLC.
It's in our pack.
Okay, you have it there, all right. The other thing I just wanted to ask, just so that for the edification of everyone who's in the audience and anyone who might choose to watch this video once I post it to YouTube later tonight, the reason why developers want ANOR designation, area redevelopment, is that it accomplishes two financial goals. Firstly, it allows that area to become a redevelopment zone. And a redevelopment zone then gives essentially the council control over the future of that property. It largely takes it out of the hands of both your board and the zoning board. So there's a reason, that's the first step in having ANOR designation, because now the council decides the whole kit and caboodle. But the other thing here is that ANOR designation is required for the tax abatements to follow. You need ANOR designation for the long-term tax exemption, otherwise known as a pilot. And most banks will not fund big residential projects unless those pilots are in place, which means a 30-year gift where the property...
Not necessarily 30 years.
Well, it's usually at least 25 and typically 30. But pilots effectively, as I've done the calculations, those who are fortunate enough to get a pilot agreement wind up paying about 1/4 the effective property tax rate that the rest of us have to pay in order to live in Belleville. So that's why developers and banks want ANOR designation so that they can get those pilots and not have to worry about paying their fair share of taxes over the next 30 years. Plus, once a pilot is granted, of the new, and I emphasize new, tax revenue, 95% of it goes to the town hall, 5% of it goes to the county. And that leaves, you don't have to do any advanced calculus, but that leaves 0% for the Board of Education. So regardless of how many kids may be produced in a residential project, the Board of Education gets no new tax revenues to educate all those new kids. And as I keep pointing out, Dr. Tomko last February, or February 2024, as his farewell address, warned our community of what was going to be the eventual fate of our township. That the board's own demographic studies indicated that we were going to pick up at least 300 kids over the next several years. Our schools are almost already at carrying capacity. Where are we going to put all these kids?
I just wanted to point out, I've gone to some conferences here. It's not a guarantee that any pilot payments, just to clear some stuff up, Some towns actually direct some of those pilot payments to the school districts. I know Princeton does that.
Yeah,
So-
no, also, I mean, I think most of what Michael has said is legally correct, but also
That's not how it works.
irrelevant for purposes of our
Yeah.
discussion.
That's also-
But before you
that's
give,
not how it works.
before we give any legal credence to what Mr. Sheldon is saying, it's not legally correct. The way municipal budgets work is that the school prepares its budget, irrespective of how many pilots the town has. And they send it to the governing body, the governing body does their budget. And they say, how much does the school board need? And the school board needs $10 million for 2026.
That's not how it works.
So,
That's not how
so,
it works.
so they don't say, well, the Board of Ed needs X amount, how many pilots do we have, we're gonna give them less money. That's not how it works. The line item in your municipal budget tells the town how much the school is going to get for its budget. It has nothing to do with the number of pilots that the town is. I just want to say.
But it doesn't really matter for purposes of our discussion.
And also, Mr. Merrill, you're right, it's not relevant here. What we're here tonight is to hear things unrelated to pilots, the criteria of the property as it relates to the local redevelopment housing law, and was it satisfies with.
Right, exactly.
Mr. Navarro, you were a trustee, you know very well as to how the board,
I used to like voting on the budget also, and
Ever
this town
since-
has no opportunity to do
ever since
that anymore.
2014, when the laws were changed, the Board of Ed and the Town Hall are completely independent, autonomous entities. The Board of Education prepares its own budget, and its board members vote to approve it, yes or no. Of course, we've had the complication of the state monitor for the last several years, but no, that no longer exists. But after the board members approve the budget, they send a form called the A4F to the Town Hall, telling them this is how much we need. And the council has no vote on it. This is a number that the Board of Ed gives to the Town Hall. All the Town Hall has
When
to
you
do
wanted to do the
is
state
build it in.
review, they were able to write
you're
checks
defining
like it was nothing. They wasted a lot of money too, because they were able to have the state monitor just say, here it is, write it, and they didn't do the right thing by the kids either.
To Mr. Sheldon's point, yes, that's exactly what they do. They send over what their bills are, and they say, here, township, pay us.
It has nothing to do with the number of
And I
pilots.
signed
You
it
said,
back.
you said exactly what I said. It doesn't, the town doesn't receive the school's budget and say, oh, well, let's see how many pilots we have and see how much money we're gonna, no.
No, they're oblivious to that. They don't care. They don't.
So you're proving my point. The school budget has nothing to do with the number of pilots that the town has,
No,
correct?
but the number of pilots that the Town Hall approved does eventually
How? The
impact.
school just sends its
Because
budget.
they allow more residential to be built. Those residential projects add kids to the school. The kids then have to be educated, and the Board of Ed has no additional income from the pilot income.
What you said was.
All right,
Well, look,
I
we
need
can
to
have this-
redirect.
We're
Let's go
going
to the
straight here, and it's a
school
long.
department
but-
and let's
but
think about this.
There's a lot of reason for concern about any more areas in need of redevelopment which lead to pilots, and I'm sure this discussion will continue not only here, but at the next council meeting. But I just, it's, as Vinnie, I hate to repeat what Vinnie said, but, this nonsense has got to stop. You're destroying the township with just giving every possible deal to the developers who are willing to rip the last shreds of meat off the bones that was formerly the township of Belleville. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frantantoni. Sorry, I made your name.
Again, Mr. Frantantoni, 129 Mount Prospect Avenue, Belleville.
Do you swear the testimony you shall give, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask the gentleman something. Who hired you to do this investigation?
I was doing this on behalf of the retained redevelopment planner, Alex Doherty.
And who paid you?
I'm being employed by Mr. Doherty, yes, to cover for
He's a
this.
colleague of the town's planner.
Okay,
Yeah.
so basically, the town of Belleville, or
Wait, the town retained Mr. Doherty, and yes, I'm here on behalf of him, yeah.
I'd like to ask you a few questions on your presentation. First of all, how long have you been doing this?
I've been planner for 10 years.
And
I mean, I've been-
redevelopment, 10 years, okay. Can you put up some pictures up there? Another picture of the properties, I think they were outlined in green. All right, I want to get to that, so being you got up there, any of these homes, have any of these homes had any town violations, you know, broken down properties, overgrown lawns or anything?
That wasn't in the study, no.
You don't
That wasn't cited in the study, no.
All right, I think the other one, you got a map, I think the properties were outlined in green.
Green. I'm not sure.
There's the RVs in it.
Yeah, okay, right there. Now you got those, the 6 lots outlined in red.
Yeah.
North of lot 49 and 48, that property line, is another very skinny piece of property. What's on that property?
I believe it's you can see right here.
Outdoor storage.
It's a storage, yeah. And then before, ahead of that is also the PSEG, so utility lines, yeah.
All right, can you keep that same slide up there,
Yeah.
the same picture? You don't have it up there.
Oh, who's I go back to the, okay.
Yeah. All right. Have you seen the condition of the properties on that piece of land?
I've been around there, yeah.
All right, you've seen. Next to that, you got a triangular piece, a skinny triangle. Have you seen what's on that property?
I mean, it's, yeah, it's pretty much a continuation of the lot right next to it, into the south.
Okay, back to the green again.
Okay.
All right, next to that, you've got a wide green, both width and length, wide green property.
That's the power line easement, yeah.
That's
what
power line. What's on that property?
That's just power lines running, it keeps going across all those blocks, yeah.
All right, is that all that's on that property?
I mean, there's some parking, some surface lot, parking space.
What kind of parking?
For the tow truck company.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a mix of, passenger vehicles and, yeah.
What condition are those passenger vehicles in?
I cannot recall.
Can I ask you, Mr. President, what's the point of all that line of questioning?
I get to my point, it's very, very valid point.
Okay.
We're talking about declaring an area in need of redevelopment,
Right.
right? So, you know where I'm going with this.
I don't know.
So we want to declare an area in need of redevelopment. But we're picking out 6 lots, which have beautifully maintained 1 or 2 family homes on it. We're picking on a garden center that's been, when it was built, it was legal, but you changed the zone, so it's an existing non-conforming use and all that. But it's an asset to town. Number one, the garden center is something we all love. My wife's a gardener, she's got plants all over the house and the garden. She goes, a garden center, he grows plants and flowers. He donated, you know how many times he donated flowers? And flowers, they put fresh air in the air. It's not a hazardous chemical to grow plants. And the landscape, gravel, don't hurt anybody. The topsoil he sells there don't hurt anybody. He's been a friendly neighbor to the town of Belleville, a big contributor, an asset to the town of Belleville. But yet,
Does he own that property?
what?
Does he own the property that his landscaping is on, do you know?
It used to belong to Scarpelli, a commissioner in Nutley. What happened, he wanted to build 10 or 11 apartments about 18, 19 years ago. I was involved. We fought the 11 units there. We went to court and we won. The poor taxpayers and the neighbors, we had to pay $16,000 out of our pocket to win that case. And the judge agreed. It was not a bad area and the development was too dense. 10 units, or maybe it's 11, 10 or 11 units was too dense for that area.
The landscaping, I'm advised from Mr. Banda that the guy who owns that landscaping company owns that property.
Yeah, he bought it from Scarpelli.
Okay.
Right.
Is he here?
What?
Is he here?
What's that got to do with I'm here, and I'm from
Well, I mean, he obviously isn't against this designation, or he would be here.
or he doesn't know about it.
Oh, wait a minute.
No, he does.
He has to have notice of it.
This is the citizens. I didn't know. You got people who live there. They're against it, I assume, the ones who spoke so far against it. But I'm here to voice my opinion as a citizen of this town. And to let me finish my point. I have every right to do it. So the point is here, we're declaring 6 nice, well-maintained lots. I see all the grass was cut nice and all, no violations from the town of this property. And let me tell you something, Mr. Banda was at the last meeting, I think the town meeting, where I think it was Mr. Droz asked the mayor about this, why are you declaring these seed lots? And so the mayor, a guy named Michael Mellon, told Mr. Droz publicly, oh, wait a minute, so you're happy with a landscape yard and a junkyard and a towing facility next door? That was the mayor said that. So now, that's where I'm going here now with this. So if you're gonna declare these 6 nice lots and not declare under those high tension wires, it's not just automobiles, they're wrecks. And they were there back to 15, 18 years ago whenever we fought this, and at the time, I was a stockholder of public service. So they fought with us, so I contacted the president of public service. I said, look, I'm a stockholder. You're causing me to lose money in my stock. He said, how's that? I said, you got a property that you're allowing the towing company to tow junk cars. I see them every day. They're towing cars from crashes. Their transmission's leaking, their motors are leaking. That property, which I own, I'm a shareholder, is contaminated with all oil. Within a month, everything was taken off that property. And now it's back to the same thing. So he's being allowed to contaminate that property, and over the years I've been friends with that family. So that's a contaminated property right next door to beautiful properties, and we want to declare this an area in need of redevelopment. I'm glad that Ms. Gorman spoke up in this. I hope some of the other 6 of you get some common sense before the night's over. So that's one of my points. You got all them junk cars going in there, and you got the audacity to say, these are an area in need development. And again, if that's the way you're going to vote, I hope you don't vote and all that. But we've got to stop this. The other point is, we've got around Belleville, this was like I said before, this beautiful town, the cherry blossom of America. We had all these wonderful, and we still do, all these beautiful areas. The scary part is, if that happens, I'm in an A1 residential district. Is my area going to be taken over now by a developer who's going to try to buy one of these houses one at a time and then go and shake hands with the council and get a favorable rule? This has got to stop, right? The other thing is, I think I'm involved with redevelopment a little longer than the gentleman's 10 years. I got involved in 1982, 83, when they wanted to, the redevelopment statute was not called the redevelopment statute. It used to be called the blight statute. There was 5 criteria. Again, developers come in, and they hired a planner, Tom Thomas, from Rosella somewhere, and they declared Washington area from Mill Street to Drolman Street a blighted area, which was the term what's called now redevelopment area. Once again, I had a rally, cost us thousands of dollars. I got all the merchants and the property owners together. We hired at the time William Brock, the biggest redevelopment and development attorney in the state of New Jersey. Again, it cost us thousands of dollars, and we won because there wasn't any proof that there was any blight on Washington Avenue. In fact, I know some of you, the cops and firemen, know the mattress factory. How long was that mattress factory there? Well, the planner said in their criteria, that was a vacant building, okay? My property, right? It's called the laundromat. It wasn't just a laundromat. It was a laundromat and 2 apartments which I had just renovated, all right? Another property they called, it's been that many violations on it. There were no violations on this property at all. So we proved it was a false thing. But we had to hire an attorney to prove it wasn't. In the same case here, this is, if you want to call it an area redevelopment, then extend it past the towing yard. And again, the towing yards have been there when it was allowed. But now it's a non-conforming use. So if you're going to claim your right to declare the garden center is an area in need of redevelopment, you must include and get rid of the towing company and all the garbage. He should be violated. And now that you all know, and Mr. Bandy, you're the town manager, now that you know they shouldn't be there, those cars, which has contaminated the land. And you see them, many times you see a car go in, sometimes I'm going over there, me and my wife will come, and you have to wait a few minutes because he's backing a wreck in there. And the transmission and all the oil is leaking all over the street and all over the property. So, this is so obscene, and again,
Can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
So are you saying that you don't have a problem with the area needed development for these 6 lots if those other lots are also included?
Yes, I do have a problem with it.
Well, that's not what you just said.
I'm being facetious.
Well, how am I supposed to know that?
Well, I'll tell you right, exactly.
That's why I asked you the question.
My exact words were, if you're gonna have the audacity to create night 1 and 2-family homes in area redevelopment, you must do that. And I know they're not gonna do it, Mr. Marinello.
Marinello, it's my first time here, maybe you don't know.
No,
But
I don't know how to say it.
my point is that this board is not being asked to determine whether or not other properties meet the statutory requirements for an area in need. Maybe someday it will be, but right now it's not being asked. It's only being asked about, and it can only act on the ones that came to it through the resolution of the mayor and council. There might be 20 good opportunities for redevelopment that are blighted properties in this neighborhood for all we know, but none of them are before us. So the fact that the PSA&G allows tow trucks to dump their cars there, which contaminate the soil, that has nothing to do with this application.
I moved here in 1967. Went to my first town meeting in 1968, and I've never missed a town meeting or planned to go more. And years ago, we had gentlemen and ladies on the planning board, no respect to you and all that, but you, Mr. Giordano, they're suit and tie at every meeting. They were businessmen, but they were honest, and they wouldn't allow this stuff to happen. They would not allow this stuff to happen. So, you can't, this is wrong. The council asked you if it's in it. They didn't mandate you do it, they asked you if. So I'm presenting all the reasons why you must say no.
So far, I've heard you say that these other properties have nice 2-family houses on it, and so that it shouldn't be declared an area in need. And these other properties near it are worse, and therefore you shouldn't declare this an area in need unless you include other properties.
Yeah.
Does that sum up everything you said?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The audacity to call that an area in need development when you've got something next door that's a blight. And I'm not saying to include it. They're also a pre-existing condition, the tow truck. They've been there for years also. And across the street, you have dump trucks parked there. And some of them are only there recently. But again, they're pre-existing conditions, and that's it. So don't try to change the words. I know what I'm saying. You were asked if it's an area. You weren't told, hey, you better approve it, or maybe you were. Maybe you were. I don't know. Were you told by the mayor you better approve this?
Well, the resolution directs the board to conduct a study. So it's telling them to conduct a study, just to be clear.
Okay, so this is the part where they're doing the study. You made a presentation, I'm making a counter presentation. And I'm saying your conclusion does not jive with what's going on in that area. This is cherry picking a certain area for the benefit of certain entities. I wouldn't even say people. All right? So, once again, you're a lawyer, Mr. Marinello, and you got to learn to speak like me out loud so you don't need a microphone, but we have to pay attention to what was actually said. We're going to the planning board, the council says, ask them if it's an area of need of redevelopment. So I'm giving you all the reasons why it should not be declared an area of need development. Did you see anything wrong in any of them homes?
That's not my job to decide that. I'm just a
Okay.
lawyer on the board, I don't vote.
Well, do you know of any violations on any of your properties
No,
for
I don't-
open
I don't know
bridge?
that. I have no idea.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, you guys have the courage to tell the council, I know maybe some of you like to sit up there, I don't care, I was in office, they threw me out because they didn't like, because I was enforcing laws, and I didn't get reelected, that's fine. But I haven't given up, I still love this town, and I fight for this town every minute. Some of you gotta have the guts, and you know this was a beautiful town, wonderful town, we had a beautiful downtown, until Mayor Mel took office. When he took office, he chastised us.
Madam Chair, I would ask you, this has nothing to do with the application. I would ask you to.
That's because you're destroying the town, and I'm, besides the.
Are you saying that you're not happy with the development that's gone on in this town?
Hell no, and everybody knows that.
No kidding, so you don't need to tell me it again and again and again and
Because
again and
it's
again.
harming us.
All I hear about is your
When
days
I-
of nightly and the time you've been over here and the time I want to know about these 6 properties.
Yes, and they're not an area you need to redevelop.
I don't want to know about the time in 1947 that you drove through Nutley.
Those 6 properties,
Hold it,
are not an area you need to.
Perfect, that's relevant testimony.
And I gave all the reasons.
Okay, then you're done.
So,
Can I have Mr.
I'll just add, I just
Donatello
want to
say
add some
something?
information for Mr. Frantantoni, appreciate his input. The 2 triangular pieces, again, the owner of those properties were not the PSE&G easement, because that's just not going to happen in terms of getting control, but the 2
yeah, but
triangles.
they're not included.
Right.
They're not included in the area.
So
what?
let me just finish, okay? So the owner of those properties were approached and said, would you consider a redeveloping your property in conjunction with these other properties? And the answer was no. So the option then would be for the town, and it's a policy question, would the town want to do a condemnation? It's not a question for this board, but I'm saying, the question for the town was then, do we want to, we don't disagree. I don't think the town would disagree. It's probably better to include those properties for all those things you mentioned, putting aside the PSE&G easement. So the question then for the town is, do we want to do a condemnation area in need of redevelopment? As I mentioned earlier, when you do those things, when you do a condemnation, and I know you're not advocating for it, you create a tension between the property owner and the municipality, which the town doesn't want to do. Now that doesn't address Mr. Frantantoni's comments about his disagreement. What the board has heard was the planner's testimony, who is an expert on these kind of things, as to why the property meets the criteria in the local redevelopment housing law. And you've heard Mr. Frantantoni's comment as a member of the public, and I'm sure the board will give those 2 pieces of evidence
Consideration, yes.
and weight.
But again, I may not have a certificate, but if he's 10 years in this, and I'm 50 years involved in it, and I know, and I testified in Trenton in front of the Senate and Assembly committees on this blight things. I've been down there, my testimony is down on the record and all that. I think I know a little bit about redevelopment.
I didn't say you didn't.
All right?
Okay,
And it's not only here, the West Orange Citizens Group asked me to speak to them about 15 years ago to stop a redevelopment up there. Lyndhurst taxpayers called me to speak with them. I got a doctor calls me up in Fairview, New Jersey, to come and speak before his board. So this is crazy. But I'm going to give you one more thing. This is a Google map of the area. And I'll give it to you, and I outlined it in red. Look at that area. It just shows nice one-family house, a lot of trees, green stuff and all. It's beautiful.
We have the
So,
reports.
I'm talking to you members, it is not an area in need of redevelopment.
Thank you.
This passes on to the council. Look at that from the air. It's not, now we're gonna replace it with a brick monster 7 stories high, with no parking and all that, you know.
I just want
Mr.
to,
Frantantoni, this doesn't set zoning for the property. That's
Right.
not what's gonna happen there, because we're not talking about that yet. It could happen, but it's not happening at this meeting. It could happen without this happening. It could turn into a complete construction yard, because he's allowed to have a construction yard. He can go from what he's doing there, sell the property, give it to somebody else who does it and doesn't care about the neighborhood at all. He keeps it great, you are absolutely correct. It's about what's happening in the future with this thing. That's why you deal with non-conforming uses. So this yard is a non-conforming use, which basically is a part of the blight study that does fit the description. And the neighboring properties can because they're neighboring. That's why it all fits. And we're not doing the whole block because unless you want to condemn the entire neighborhood, we can do that, but we don't want to do that. So that's why it was set up this way. And it was because he came to us with a large plan that we didn't like, that we said, hold on, please reconsider. But if you'd like to see that, maybe that'll happen, I don't know.
No, I don't like to see that, and you don't destroy a neighborhood. If the landscape is a non-conforming use, let him go in there, he wants to put a two-family, even a four-family house there on that property. You guys and the planning, zoning board has approved many non-conforming uses to be built on there. But we don't have to declare that area because we know what's going to happen. Like the young lady said, you've got a high school there. You worry about traffic and all. One of the traffic guards was just sitting on that corner not too long ago. And you're going to create more traffic and all that. Bottom line, have the courage, say it is not an area in need of condemnation. And then let the owner, if he owns all these houses, take his money and invest somewhere else, or rent them out. They're getting good rents on one two-family house.
All right, thank you. Gary?
They said most of the...
Please raise your right hand.
Gary Hill, 307
I know. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Just the appearance that you know that one person owns all these parcels, all right? You'll be catering to his wishes to create this as a condemned or non-contamination property. Think of what you're doing to the people who live in them houses, that they're gonna have to up, out, and move because you change it and this developer wants to develop this property. All that land there is in beautiful shape. I can't see anything why they would pick that out and not take the other two properties that are over there with the contaminated properties and all. So
He just explained it to you.
I know that. So but that's my point that I'm trying to get across to you. It's an appearance that you're catering to this developer. Okay? That's the bottom line here. You're catering to this developer, and what's the consequences? If they're going to build something there, they're going to overdevelop it, there are going to be more parking problems, more people in the schools, they say the schools are going to, it's going to cause a lot of negative things in that area. Right now it's nice, the property's nice, we'll leave it alone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mario? It's almost 11 o'clock. We're gonna either...
I have everything prepared, so you don't have to worry about me.
We're either gonna
I hope I can read them.
Let's go.
Raise your right
Repeat
hand.
the same thing, Mario, right?
You swear the testimony you shall give on this application shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do, as long as you do.
I don't know what you're trying to insinuate, but I take offense to that.
No, I'm only joking, come on. I'm just making jokes. All right, I got my name right, Mario Dross, 95 Bell Street. I'm gonna make some notes. I was paying attention. Vinny said something about 20 years ago they attempted to put 12 apartments there. 12 condominiums are townhouses or something like that. But at that time, they didn't ask for an area redevelopment. If they got approval, they just went in front of the board. And apparently they got knocked down. So there was no area of redevelopment at that time. So you have two words in development in this town. Well, area of rehabilitation, area of redevelopment. There's projects around here. I'll give you one example. That's why I'm looking at that property, and I'll get back to that in a second. I don't see why it should be an area of redevelopment. You take Walter Kitty, 26 acres of land. They were contaminated. They cleaned it up. I spent $5, $10, $7 million to clean it up. But the whole town is already designated as an area of rehabilitation. So they did that property on an area of rehabilitation, not redevelopment. Take State Fair, the same thing. They had a grossly ugly building there, which should have been knocked down. They knocked it down for the storage facility. They got area of rehabilitation. And that only entitles them for 5-year tax abatements. They took it, so I don't know what the problem is, why you have to take property that is in a prime area and say, call it an area of redevelopment. It seems like the redevelopment areas are slowly creeping into residential areas. That's what's happening here. I mean, it's not responsible, and I'm going to get to that, what I would say. The word blight was a word that they used years ago, and Vinny was right when he said about blight in Washington Avenue, because people were fearing at that time that that blight from here would end up being spot zoned all around town. And it gives me the appearance that that's happening right now, being spot zoned. That's, like I said, prime spot zoning. Does anybody know what the initial plans are they would like to put there initially right now if it was approved to build?
Originally, they wanted a big square box with 164 parking spaces and as many units as they can get.
How many
That's
units?
Not surprised.
That's what they originally wanted.
No,
a
do
big
you know how many
square
units
box.
though?
Originally, over 100.
Over 100 what? Condos, rentals, what?
Rentals. They were going to come to the zoning board.
How many stories, do you know?
No.
Okay. So they
Now,
wanted to put 100 rentals there again.
they've been talked down to, I think, about 50 stacked townhouses.
What's the plan for the problem? I mentioned the Walter Key. It seems like, to me, I'm going to bring it up again, but these are just my notes and I don't want to jump around. It looks like everything's being sponsored. Again, it's pretty soon, my house has an area redevelopment next, probably. But like I said, it's not really an eyesore. What I would like to see, there's only my opinion, of course. I mean, it's a nice piece of property. I'd rather see people driving in from Nutley and looking at high-end, single-family homes, nice little development there. I think that would situate and look best for that area there, instead of these big ugly buildings.
Well, townhouses are,
No, I'm still town, I'm talking single-family. The little development of single-family, that's
not a
big enough.
single-family zone, they don't have to do that. It's a two-family zone. They could put a bunch of little two-families on it too. They got a bunch of options going.
I would stay away from, like, again, I'm just saying single families.
That's not the zone though, they can do one
No,
or two.
but they can come in front of the board and get approval,
Exactly.
so that can happen. Washington.
You're also allowed 3-family.
And the other part, I've been keeping a scorecard on the area redevelopments. So far, the area of redevelopment scorecards are here, and the people are down there.
Is there anyone else that wanted to speak to close this portion? All right, I'm going to close the portion, and our next move.
I want to just respond to something that Mr. Droz said for your consideration. The town right now has been declared a townwide area in need of rehabilitation. So in theory, if this weren't declared an area in need of redevelopment, a redevelopment plan could still be adopted and proceed as an area in need of rehabilitation. So I want to just mention a couple of tools that the area, because I know one of the prior members of the public, I believe it was Mr. Sheldon, mentioned all the bad things about redevelopment, or some of the bad things that he feels are detriment, but we also get to work with the property owner or the developer to get, granted, everyone wants the door to shut behind them. They all just want, I want to have my own single-family neighborhood, and everyone else, sorry, you're too late, just me. I live in a town, everyone here does, and they just want what they want. But what the town gets is the ability to work with the developer to get a better product. You don't get, we could work on the setbacks, height, is the density, it's always going to be an issue. And everyone wants single-family homes, right? It's just, our Euclidean zoning minutes been around forever. So, by working with an area need redevelopment designation, you give the town the ability to negotiate, get a better product, better setbacks, community benefit fees that go to the town for public parks, public improvements. You get terms of not having, as Mr. Banda said, this property owner could go and build two or three family homes equaling 50 units without the town really having much say in terms of the quality of the product, again, community benefits paid, and so on. So I just wanted to add that, because there are other pieces to redevelopment versus rehab versus, regular planning board that we should consider. Thank you.
So before we get to the business, I just want to get back to about 3 hours ago, Mr. McLean testified as to the report. That's what we're here for. And he gave you his testimony and highlighted the portions of the report for which they believe, as the planners for the town, that this property qualifies. It's up to you guys to decide whether or not you agree with that or not. And then the steps will be taken by me and Mr. Donatelli to communicate that to the town. You don't have to vote yes for that, but that's what you're being asked. You're being asked to do that. I'm trying to be very cautious about the way I'm wording it, because there's been a lot of suggestions by certain members of the public that somehow or other you're being told to do something. To my knowledge, you're not being told to do anything other than what your job as a planning board is to do, which is to look at this report, listen to the testimony of the planner who did it, and listen to the testimony of the people in the public, and make that determination. That's what your obligation and responsibility is as a board. So I think we're now complete with all testimony Mr. Donatelli has summed up. And now, if you want to have any discussion on it, or whether somebody wants to make a motion, I think that's where we're at, Madam Chair.
Thank you, I'm glad you clarified. Does anyone have discussion on this matter before I ask for a vote? Everyone's clear on their function and understanding? All right, so can I get a motion?
Motion to not deny.
Say that again?
Motion to deny it, or to say that we don't want to do it.
A motion
We don't
to
agree with
not declare it an
Not
area
declare.
need.
That's precisely.
Made by,
To deny, is that what you're saying?
Motion to not declare. Recommend not to declare.
Second.
I got a second. Roll call.
What is the vote, yes or no?
Yes.
a yes, it means
Yes is
that
agree.
you're,
Deny it.
To deny it.
Yes, it's done.
sorry. A yes.
We'll clarify.
I got it.
You got it? Okay.
Not sending.
Right,
Not
Banda,
sending to recommendation.
Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Walman,
Yes.
Pizzi,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
and Navarado.
Yes.
Okay, so based on that vote, I will again communicate with Mr. Donatelli, and we will provide the information to, and I will have a resolution for you at the next meeting to vote on. Okay?
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we can quickly go to the next one, which is PB 2520. Rose Belleville Limited Partnership has requested that the adjournment until January 8th. And they would not give any notification.
There would not need any further notice. So we need a motion to adjourn that one remaining matter to, it's January 8th is the first meeting in January. The January 8th.
That'd be a perfect little,
No further
you know what I'm
notice
saying?
would be necessary. So just a motion and a
I'll
second.
make a motion.
Second, roll call.
Banda,
Adjourn.
Matter.
Yes. Yes.
Giordano,
Yes.
Trying to get the losing it.
yes, Pizzi,
Yes.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Navarado.
Yes. All right, then we can adjourn for this evening. Everyone, our next meeting will be January 8th at 6:30. Can I get a motion? Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for doing